Hey, you're live. Okay, there's a go live button now in the live streaming option. That's why there was a 6 minute delay. So I apologize for that. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing today? This is the last, and I repeat, officially, the last live stream of Tyranny Unmasked. Yes, the change is here. It has reached us all. And I wanted to share this with all of you. That's why we're going to do this together. We're going to be transparent. We're going to be honest. We're going to answer every possible question that you could have. And we're going to move forward with a new direction for this channel. Because as it stands right now, Tyranny Unmasked is dead. The channel has not moved. The channel has not budged. Of course, there's been a handful of people that have stumbled across some of the work that I've done over the past 8 years. And of course, I know some of you would protest and say that, please don't remove the channel. Please don't change it. Me, of all people, should be the first one to say no. But I have changed so much through this journey that I have been on, through taking up the mantle of being the one that has to point out all the deepest and darkest secrets and truths that no one wanted to touch. That was a mantle that I grabbed out of responsibility. And now, under a similar responsibility, I feel the need within my heart to move forward, to change, to evolve this channel, to attempt to rebirth something that is not only useful, like this information has been useful for opening so many minds and getting minds to think in a different way, but now move in a direction that not only touches minds, but also touches hearts. So, how are you guys doing today? I see all of you there in the chat. How many people do we have live right now? We have 19 congruent viewers. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna bullshit for a little bit until we get a few more viewers in here, a few more people. And then we're gonna run through the channel and we're going to start deleting videos. We're gonna look at analytics. We're gonna look at past comments. We're gonna look at anything that might be of interest or importance, and we're going to document that in this live stream so we have a record of it. And we're going to decide together what is important, and I will move that over to BitChute, such as some of the documentaries that other people find interesting and want to continue to share around, to continue to crack open minds, to push them out of a mainstream narrative or a mundane narrative that prevents them from thinking in new ways. So I'm going to take a little drink here. I have created a new name. This name came to me. It came directly from the heart. And it will represent that very heartedly. So we're going to wait just a few more minutes now. We got 17 congruent viewers. Anyone want to say anything in the chat? Feel free to. That's what this is for. We're here to talk. Okay, so I'm looking at the chat over here. Hey folks, evidence violates community guidelines. Yeah, that's through the history of this channel, I have had hundreds and hundreds of my videos, nearly all of them, honestly, at this point, have been marked. And I'm going to go ahead and move over there right now. Let's go over to channel content. We are looking in the back door of Tyranny Unmasked. Sees Freedom and Divers Tube says shadow banning, suppressing, and deplatforming has gotten beyond absurd. Well, that is the nature of censorship, of controlling a narrative. If you own a platform, then all of a sudden you control the platform, you control the narrative, and it's going to represent what you stand for at your core. So it only makes sense that you see all of this suppression, and it's been moved out to the farthest corners of the internet to where it's not necessarily relevant. And I will prove to you that this channel is the same. Other than this being a teeny bastion, a little island that I've managed to navigate censorship or complete removal up into this point, it's been astonishing. But I have spent, and I'm trying to think of the word here, I have spent a large amount of effort, a lot of time and effort into keeping this channel alive as an island of information, as an island of an alternative point of view. And because of that, that has curtailed what I could say or speak about, because the channel has not grown. The channel has not seen new people. And before we actually get into tearing down these videos and going through things and shifting them over to BitChute, because to me, honestly, to me, them sitting on YouTube versus them sitting on BitChute at this point in time is not, it's almost no different. So we're going to revitalize, revamp this channel and actually reapply it for monetization, which is not necessarily for the monetary reasons. It's because monetized videos do much better in the sense of YouTube's algorithm. So we're going to move along YouTube's algorithms, still speaking truth, but gearing it in a different direction, something more prominent to where my heart lies now. What is more important to me, because I am the perspective here that my perspective is what Tyranny Unmasked has been. My objective point of view of situations going around the world, and I have packaged that in a video format with research evidence and just theories in my point of view, obviously, and package that and sent that out to the world. But neither here nor there. I'm going to go to the analytics so you can see the issue here. So we're going to change this from the last 28 days to a lifetime, so we can get an idea of what has happened over the course of 8 years now. 8 years, is that insane or what, that Tyranny Unmasked has been around? So if we look here, we have about 6.7 million views, and that varies depending on YouTube's day here. But let's go look at the bigger picture. Hive Mind says, so exposing Zionism is no longer. It's not that Zionism in itself is not going to be exposed, or any other point of view is going to be exposed. It's more so that I'm not going to focus on a specific group of people so heavily. I'm not going to focus so heavily on one box that I have to operate within, because that box in itself ends up being a handicap for myself and others. All of this information about Zionism and things, it exists. That's where I got it from. I didn't just pull this out of my asshole. All of the information about that exists. And over the course of because the past 2 to 3 years, I've only done so many videos because of the circumstances of this. As you can see, since 2018, the end of 2018 or early 2019, there has been absolutely no growth in this channel. There's been absolutely nothing. It's been dead. Of course, we can, it's been us. It's been the handful of a few thousand people that stick around on this channel and see things. We have obviously cultivated our ideas and shared what we know, but the idea is to continue to move forward and to bring in fresh perspectives, fresh minds and hearts, and continue to evolve that. Wotan says, well, look who's back. Sat down for lunch and there you are, live. Of course, I'm here. I never left, never went anywhere. But obviously, the war, the censorship, the things that we've been a part of has shaped how we can express ourselves in the world. And YouTube being the largest peer-to-peer platform to share information and ideas with each other, it has forced us into those boxes. Like I said, with Zionism and other things, I I feel like I laid down the law and and perspectives on that is 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 about as well as one could do over the course of 5 years. So let's look here. As you can see here, suggested videos, browse features, YouTube search are the sources of 70% of your viewership. And then you have the rest, which are also YouTube features here. So really, honestly, roughly about 80 to 85% of your viewership is dependent upon YouTube's algorithms. It has to say, okay, people are wanting to watch this, and it's advertiser friendly, and it fits within our box, and then we can share it. Then we can redistribute that to viewership within our platform. And the moment that I delved so deeply into the topics that were not allowed, that prevented these algorithms from doing such. And that was well documented, not only with obviously the evidence here, but with videos and research that I did into that over the years. It was very clear that not only me, but the vast majority of the alternative points of view on YouTube were being censored. It is here. It's dead. You can see we were doing well. We were popping off. We were pulling in hundreds of thousands of viewers overnight because the information was so jarring and shocking and counter to the narrative, yet it held truths to it, so it stuck to people and they couldn't turn away. It was like, what the hell? What the hell am I seeing right now? So I'm going to read some of the comments here. Hola, what is up, Fact? Thanks to your channel and other people have opened their eyes on Zionism and other groups, but I believe the hammer is coming down on everyone. Yeah, the hammer has been coming down. It's been going down for a while. James Graham says wanted man. Folk like Rumble, bigger percent on donos too. I looked at Rumble yesterday. I looked at Odyssey and another one that someone in the comments suggested. Those are definitely possibilities. But for now, we're going to shift some of these videos that we are removing to BitChute, and that link should be in the description or not. Yeah, it's in the description of this live stream in the video. Once it's published, it should be there, and I will periodically drop that. Over here you can see we got a few thousand people over here on BitChute, and as you can see, it covers a lot of things, especially over here. I'm not even going to say this out loud on YouTube, but if you can read the screen, what I'm pointing at now, there's some things that will blow your fucking mind. It'll blow your mind over there. So we're going to leave BitChute as the channel for now, and we will see where that goes later. I'm going to go ahead and drop this in the live stream chat right here. There you go. If you want to be still a part of this information that is going to be removed from YouTube wholeheartedly, I'm just doing it myself. I am taking the dignity. I am taking the initiative here and taking the samurai sword to my own content that I made. I spent countless hours. It was an art sharing this information to everyone. I am doing it myself on my own terms because fuck them. Fuck anyone that wants to censor the truth. But no, we're focusing on a new direction on YouTube for now. So I'm going to go over to the content now, and we're going to actually go through all the older videos here. So let's actually get out of analytics because we're stuck in analytics, and holy crap that Eva Bartlett video had 500,000 views, but it's understandable if you watch the video and you saw the context at the time. So we're going to go back to videos here, and we're going to sort the videos right here by date. So we're going to start at the very beginning. It says channel restricted when you open the link. So when you open the link to BitChute, it's telling you that it is restricted. So is that because it's a countrywide ban thing? I don't know, but actually look into that and get back to me, because for me it doesn't say that it's restricted. And I see subscribers still coming in. It was there's 3 more subscribers since I just posted that link. So it's not banned for everyone. Yeah, Germany is really harsh on their censorship for understandable reasons. But, and when I say understandable, that does not mean that I'm taking an opinion or a point of view on things. That just means that I see the situation for what it is, and it's censored. So yeah, back to channel content. Be sure in the comments, if you know of a video that you desperately think is very important on my channel, as we go through it, and you think it needs to be re-uploaded to BitChute, because BitChute has only it has only archived my videos since 2018. So everything from 2018 back will not be on the internet anymore, unless you use the Wayback Machine or other sources. It's not that it's impossible to find. It's just it's going to be a lot harder to find some of those videos. But I'm going to be deleting them. There's an option here, right here. It says delete forever, and I'm going to be doing it on my own terms. But I'm going to watch with all of you, and please let me know if you can hear this or not. It says my desktop audio is up, so you should be able to hear it when I play it. But if it's not, just comment, say, hey, I can't hear it, and I will try to fix that. But since this is the very first video of Tyranny Unmasked, and this is the last day that this channel will be called Tyranny Unmasked, later in this live stream, I'm going to reveal the new name and the new logo, which is subject to change, but I just threw it together over the past 2 days because it represents where I'm going with the channel. But right now, here we go. We are about to watch the very first video of Tyranny Unmasked, and then we're going to delete the very first video of Tyranny Unmasked.
Now this is serious. With any serious situation, it needs to be looked at seriously and with an open mind. The media never gives you the full story. They only give you what they want you to hear. Now, according to headlines, a Russian warplane was shot down over Turkey after being given multiple warnings, up to 10, during a 5-minute period. I'm not buying it.
I was so fucking serious in this video.
Here's the supposed flight pattern of the Russian jets that's being sent around on Turkish media. Now, if we look at this area right here, we can see it's a very small sliver of Turkey. In fact, if we pull up Google Earth, it is only 1.73 miles across. 1.73 miles. Now, an average cruise speed of a jet would be somewhere in the margins of 500 miles per hour to 700 miles per hour.
Remember, this was 2015.
Now let's go with the moderate end of the spectrum. Rounding up the distance to 2 miles, we still only have a 14-second window that the jet was over the territory. 14 seconds. Now, give or take, you still only get less than a minute spent over this territory. In fact, I would go out on a limb to say this thing only spent 10 to 20 seconds over Turkish airspace, if it in fact was over Turkish airspace. Russia is claiming that they never crossed territory and had no intent to inflict any harm towards Turkey. So tell me, do you think that Turkey truly gave 10 warnings in this small amount of time that Russia could have possibly spent over their airspace? This information
it's almost
is not
hilarious.
coming from my mouth. This is coming from
This it was such low-hanging fruit. This really in 2015, this is the depravity. This is the depravity of the mainstream media, that a jet flying over airspace for the math does it at a very this was at a very liberal answer of 14 seconds, because a jet is flying so much faster than its lowest potential flying speed, especially if it's in a combat situation or potential combat situation. That sliver of land, that's why at the time I lost my mind at just how low the media was going. And obviously everyone around me was taking it very seriously. They believed it wholeheartedly. The landscape has changed dramatically since then. Not saying that it's perfect at all. There are still the sheep mindedness of our culture is still well in play, and the tribe mentality is still being used against us. But this was the low-hanging fruit of my very first video. Someone, no expectation, says, I'm sure you were going a lot longer than that. Well, before this, I actually ran a UFO channel, believe it or not. I think I've mentioned that maybe once or twice, and we've only touched the UFO topic on the channel maybe like 5 or 6 times over the course of 8 years. So it's not like it was really prevalent. But before then, that's where I was. I was doing a UFO channel. And yeah, everything has changed since then. A lot has changed since then. But we're going to finish this video. I just wanted to point out the low-hanging fruit of the media here. And we're going to continue to see this as we go through some of the older videos. Somebody said that instead of deleting the videos, that you can library download all your videos. And before I delete it, we're going to check into library download. The main objective is that when I reapply for monetization, which again is not necessarily for the money reasons of like, oh, I can get AdSense, because really you don't get paid much anyway on YouTube, but it's for the algorithm, so that it gets picked up by the algorithms again. That is the dream in my mind, that okay, now we have a new flood of audiences coming to whatever videos are important to me and I put together to put on YouTube. So we will look at the potential of library download, if that still fits within that scheme of what I just described there. So continue with the video here.
From their mouth. Again, this is off of the Turkish media. This is what's going around. This is their propaganda. And they're shooting themselves in the foot with their own propaganda. Now, I found this interesting. On Fox News, of all places, we have a retired Air Force general out of the U.S. military coming out and stating exactly what I just said. Take a look.
So I don't really trust President Erdogan and what he's doing.
Okay.
I think we have to be very, very cautious on this.
Yep.
I think it was an overly aggressive maneuver.
Okay.
And as a NORAD region commander, we would not use these kind of rules of engagement. That had to be pre-planned.
Okay.
Nothing against, like, nothing for pro or this or that for Fox or anything like that, or this general. But it's hilarious. Even he has to point out the obvious. and she looks like she's about to have a breakdown because in her ear she's most likely hearing, all right, wrap this up, get him off, get him off. It's not fitting what we need to portray to the people. Hurry up, get him off. And you can tell body language is a thing.
Airplane wasn't over Turkish territory long enough.
Long enough, okay.
This had to be pre-planned. It seems that the ones behind the reins, behind the shadows, has a big picture in mind. World War III. Wake up, everybody. This is Tyranny Unmasked.
That was the first one.
Pleasure.
Oh, let's go back here. It's trying to take us on a journey, but that's not the journey we want to be in. So that was the very first video. We're gonna go back here. Don't need to be here. That was the very first video. Now, a little tidbit about that video is I made it twice. I made the video first. I think it was a little longer, about 5 minutes long, and I posted it to Reddit. And on Reddit, it got shredded. It was shredded, and I was like, I had to remake it because honestly, it was deserving of the criticism. Because when I first made it, I was so sensationalized by the ridiculousness of the mainstream media that I sounded like I should have been a guest on Alex Jones myself. And at the time, I was still watching Alex Jones myself. So to say the least, you know, maybe that played a role. But I remade the video and toned myself down just a little bit so I didn't sound like a crazed lunatic. But yeah. So he said that we could library download. Now, I'm not entirely sure how one would do that. I know I can download it, like right here. I can download the video, and then I can take that video and I can re-upload it to BitChute itself, which I'll be doing later after the stream. But with library downloading, let me look at more options. There's some of these that I can't even download, and we'll get to those in a minute. Like anything that had to do with pizza, GATE. Oh man, those were bad. Those, YouTube really hated those, and I understand why. So if you know more about library downloading those videos, let me know. But everything that I'm going to keep for sure, I'm just going to make it private, download it, re-upload it, and then remove it if that's necessary for reapplying for monetization, and I'll show you that later. So I'm going to read some comments before we move on to any more videos here. So No Expectation says, I hope you download all your videos to another platform. You made a lot of really good content. Evidence, again, No Expectations. Let me know about that library download feature if you know more about that. How to actually just download all of, or how to save them in a way that it won't affect the copyright or the monetization, really. Because right now it's telling me that I'm harmful and hateful. So we're going to have to fix that if we want to reapply. And yeah, literally every video has some sort of hang up on it right now. So we're going to go back to content here. I will finish this tonight, says Jose. Okay, man. It's a good thing that you stopped by. Anyone, remember, anyone, you're welcome to ask questions as we're doing this. You're free to ask any questions, throw in suggestions, or ask me anything, because I'm here for you guys. I'm here to share my knowledge and my understanding and my heart with all of you. What do you need? Muhammad says, what do you think about the current situation between Greece and Turkey? Is it a U.S. plan? Now, geopolitics is something that if we keep going with geopolitics on this channel, it can't be in the way that I used to do it. It has to be even more tiptoey, more tiptoey around the bush, kind of almost philosophical approach to these things. Because anytime that you align yourself with one side or another, even if you're doing it objectively, which is the point of my channel from the beginning, was to be an objective voice of reason, then you get marked. You get marked for not only shadow banning or censorship, but often deletation off the platform altogether. And I will state on top of that, because I don't want everyone to think that YouTube is just forcing my hand, because I could and very well was planning on just leaving the channel as is. But I feel like there's a lot more that we can dig into. We can look into much deeper topics than just geopolitics, because at the end of the day, we're dealing with people. We're not dealing with countries. We're not dealing with nations. We are dealing with people. We are dealing with souls. We are dealing with the fundamental principles that live at the core of each and every one of us. So I think that is the more important thing. So VC says, you sync your YouTube channel to, oh, so you're saying it's another website. So I'll look at that right now. We're going to look at library YouTube, I guess, alternative. Says there are more than 10 alternatives to library. No. No. Is it library.com? It looks like it might be. Content freedom. Download for Windows. Use library in your browser with Odyssey. What are the other platforms? Oh, that's just for the operating system. Hey, this is a good heads up here. So we might just back up the whole old channel to Odyssey. Is that where it puts it? Does it put it just at Odyssey, or does it put it on library itself? Because this is my first time hearing about library. But anyway, we have this here. I might just make everything private and then let library do its thing. So there's a mirror of the history of Tyranny Unmasked outside of just BitChute, which BitChute still has a lot of the videos on there right now, a lot of good ones, and some that won't be mirrored to library if we go ahead and do that. Some documentaries as well. Some of those I can't even say their name without risking the chance of this live stream being taken down. That's the level of areas that I was willing to go where others were not willing to go. I was not afraid of the repercussions, and luckily I escaped the ban hammer. But library is a good place to go. So back to what we were doing here. Let's continue to review our videos and allow people to come in and out and throw their suggestions and say hey and ask why are we changing the name of Tyranny Unmasked, why are we deleting videos, and basically going down memory lane here. So I'm not gonna play this one. You can go watch it before I delete it. If you want to go watch this one, be my guest. Be my guest. World War III is upon us. But at this point in time, this video cringes me out, and I'm just not even going to bother with that one. Go let that be a gem for you. Now we're going to look at this video here. This is the very first video that blew up. This one had 257,000 views. That was, I literally jumped from 5K views, which was still impressive. My very first video had 5,000 views. I was shocked at that too. But 257,000, okay, now we have a large chunk of people and they're saying, holy crap, there's something to this. What am I missing out here? I didn't know this. Nobody was telling me this. So we're going to look at that. United we stand, divided we fall says just turned in. So what's going on? Hope you continue your material. So United We Stand, you've been around for a very long time. I don't remember if you're here since the very beginning. We might even see some of you guys' comments on some of these videos, but we are basically reading, reviewing, and going over the channel before we remove a lot of content in order to reapply for monetization, in order to have our content redistributed within YouTube's algorithm. Another chance, another opportunity to reach new people, because as we looked at earlier on the analytics, since the end of 2018 and the very early stages of 2019, the algorithms have not been picking up any of the videos and sharing them anywhere. So that is the plan with YouTube, because honestly, any other platform like Rumble, BitChute, and Odyssey, and others that people have suggested, these are just echo chambers. These are just places where people that already know bits and pieces of truth go to brush up on that information, which it's there. It has purpose. It definitely does. But YouTube has always been an attempt at reaching the mainstream audience and to disturb the natural flow of things and to provide an alternative point of view or an alternative perspective. And yeah, later in the stream, we're going to rename the channel, and we're going to, yeah, it's gonna be great. So we're going to, like I said, we're gonna start watching this video. This was the first video that went viral and was picked up by YouTube's algorithms before they caught on. So here we go. Continue to comment and make suggestions, and I will reply to anyone's questions.
Why did Turkey shoot down a Russian jet? Was it because Russia violated their airspace? Well, this can't be the case. I already explained how you couldn't have done this in a 17-second window without planning it ahead of time. And now, Russia shows us they never even crossed the border. Meaning not only did Turkey have to plan this, but they had to cross into Syrian airspace to drop the jet. So why did they do it? We know it wasn't in their best interest, especially with Russia planning on installing new power plants in the region. Also, tourists being a large part of the economy. Well, let's take a look here. We the West publicly shaming Putin for violating the airspace he likely never even crossed. But on the other side of the spectrum, we have US military officials and leaked documents stating that Turkey was out of line.
So I don't really trust President Erdogan and what he's doing.
Okay.
I think we have to be very, very cautious on this.
Yep.
I think it was an overly aggressive maneuver.
Okay.
And as a NORAD region commander, we would not use these kind of rules of engagement. That had to be
US of
Skipping ahead because that's, part of the other video we just watched.
A is playing both sides again. This is nothing new. Anyone remember pre-Desert Storm? When we were publicly shaming Saddam Hussein, but then telling him directly and
I'm gonna pause the video there. I'm curious if those links that I shared of these, because that was one of my things that I tried to do. I wanted to make sure that okay, so the link is still there. That's awesome. The cool thing about BitChute, and I don't know if Library does this as well, is that they actually shared the metadata of the video, the stuff that's in the box underneath. Some of you may have never even looked at these boxes, but I made sure to share all the sources, especially dealing with geopolitics, showing that it's not just my weird theories here. Like I'm pulling this information from multiple sources, multiple points of view, and every single one of these are offering evidence and arguments to why they believe such a thing to potentially be true.
under the table that we supported him. Also stating that he was a better leader than the others in the Middle East. Basically sweet-talking him into invading Kuwait. Why? Well, because this was the start of a plan, and I'll get to that in a minute. We also saw the same intervening and many other conflicts, but a more recent example would be in Ukraine. Before the protest, starting from 1991 up until 2013, the US had given over $6 billion in funding certain political figures and media outlets. So basically putting a pro-West leader in power and sponsoring propaganda, which ultimately led to the Ukrainian Civil War.
Yeah, no expectations. If you want any of this content, feel free to download it. It's free. It's not even mine anymore. It's out there for anyone to take and share and redistribute. I I am I'm over it now. I used to fear losing all this information as if the key component behind all of it, my heart, my perspective, just like others' hearts and perspectives, that is the most important thing. The ability to decipher fact from fiction and realness from agendas. That is something that we want to continue to cultivate. That is the most important thing, and that's why, um, for me, even though it sucks to lose something that you spent so much time and effort putting together and sharing with the world, uh, you can never lose the most important and valuable component behind all of it. All of it. It's the videos are just there to point you back to the most important truth ever. And we'll talk about that more later. We're going to continue watching this video.
And of course, we blame Putin when he steps in to resolve the issue. So the US is no stranger to getting its hands dirty. Just like with Hillary Clinton, or should I say, Killary Clinton, in Benghazi, Libya.
It's like little comments like that, the Hillary Clinton things like that. All of these things are just little pieces. Like, I didn't have to say that. And in fact, I wish I would have, stopped being so fucking cocky and just stuck more to the important facts back then. It is what it is because, to be honest, when I started this channel, I was fairly young. I'm still young now, but, I was cocky. I was trying to fight a war. And I always add these little comments that I thought is funny, may be funny, but those are the things that the algorithms and the people hone into, and then they slap your channel with the hateful, harmful content, and that's how they operate. So we have, if we want to reach people and in our sense of humor, our sense of our perspective is more important than reaching people, then you're going to sit there in your pile of stuff, and that's what we have right now. So I am evolving, and so will the channel will evolve alongside it. And I think there's so many more topics, important topics that I know you are interested in. Just like Remnant says, Tataria. I don't actually, I don't know if you're talking about the Tataria I'm thinking of, but even things like that. It's like, why not? Let's sit down and look into the Tataria conspiracy and see what's there. What truths lie within all of these things that people are talking about. It doesn't have to just be geopolitics. It doesn't even have to be just running through facts and only facts. We can talk about philosophy. We can talk about religion. We can talk about spirituality. We can talk about anything. We can talk about day to day life. Like, I have plans for my future that involve growing things in my community, very literally. Me and my really good friend are working on microgreens and making a microgreen business, and I'm starting that in my own fucking bedroom, and I'm gonna grow those in my bedroom. And wouldn't it be awesome to document how to do this? Because food is the war right now. Food is not only food, our health is the war. We talk about depopulation words, sorry, I'm getting tongue twisted. We talk about things like that, and we talk about new world agendas, and we talk about all of these things in harming people. And there's so many things that we consume intentionally, unintentionally, and unknowingly out of pure ignorance. Many of you that are listening to this right now, I could guarantee you that your diet is not in line with the healthiest thing you could be doing. And that's not shame at all. I'm not even saying that I'm perfect, but we can focus on actually making legitimate change other than just holding on to the past. But today it's about going through the past and having these conversations. And honestly, I think we're all growing, and I'm so proud and looking forward to what we can accomplish together. So yeah, we can talk about anything. We're freeing ourselves of any kind of bonds.
Before the conflict, you had almost no Al Qaeda there. Look at it now. Now we have Syria and ISIS, which sprung up out of nowhere. Or was it just a repackage of Al Qaeda? Anyway, we started funding moderate rebels to fight them, which in turn just ended up handing over their gear to ISIS, and in many cases joining them. That's why we saw them riding around in the new Toyota Helixes and US-made guided anti-tank launchers. So again, we have the US essentially funding a group and using a tactic called funneling.
You guys remember how fucked up Syria was? Syria was in bad shape. And we're going to watch some of the videos and we get to see the progression of this. So anyone watching the live stream or watching it back, this is a rare opportunity to see what we were doing, what we were keeping up with, why our hearts were entwined, and why we felt the need to stand up for other humans that the governments that we were born in and through cultural raising felt like we were a part of, or we may still feel a cultural need to be a part of a country. We get to see why we fought the mainstream media. And it's not really so much a fight now, more so it's learning how to just grow the fuck up and standing up for ourselves and not feeling like we need an authority figure to tell us this is the truth. It's about finding our hearts and finding out why our hearts are screaming at us, hey, something is messed up here. So Syria was in bad shape with obviously, Saudi Arabia releasing criminals and proxy armies being trained and funded by all these massive third world countries that were just dying to fight wars, but they can't get away with it because our eyes can see the truth, our hearts can feel the truth, and they had to have their bloodshed in Syria, and they just so happened to be the ones to get the short end of the stick. But look at that, and look where Syria is now. It is growing again. It is coming back out of the dust. It has reclaimed its own sovereignty, and it it's still a process. It's not over yet in that area, and Kev work is still going. I was just about to say that, James. You're reading my own fucking mind. Kevwork his channel has what, 42,000 viewers, and as we go through our videos, we're going to get to the part where you see Kevwork was on the channel. I found his videos very early on, and I was like, holy crap, this guy's got it together. He's from Syria. He is the perfect person to share his voice on our channel. And I am so happy to say that I played a part in helping his channel grow, and along with many others. He is totally went his own way and is doing good work. So much love to Kev Work. Great guy. So we're going to continue to watch these videos.
This is where they force a proxy army into an area to fight another group. They did this by airstrikes in Iraq, forcing them to fully move into Syria and fight Assad and the Syrian government, which the US claims gassed his own citizens for no apparent reason. Later leaked documents showed it was planned and carried out by hired mercenaries in the US. What the hell, right? Why does the US keep sticking its nose in things? Well, it's all a part of that plan I mentioned earlier.
This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years.
Wesley Clark.
Starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
This started with Desert Storm, but really kicked off with 9/11. So Syria, now covered in ISIS and moderate rebels, Assad's days were starting to look numbered. So he calls for help. Russia. But wait, Russia won't intervene, right?
Because they will not act, just as they didn't act when
Holy crap. Did any of you remember, what was his name? Adam? Something Green? But AMTV? Yeah. What a throwback. AMTV. But we're going to keep watching the video.
The Israelis 4 times have taken out targets inside Syria. Syria said that they would react, and they didn't. The United States is the most powerful nation in the world, and we're not going to be intimidated by Russia and China. We are not. So I guarantee you that they will not act. If we launch these strikes against Syria, they will not act.
Spoiler, they acted.
So with Russia's unexpected appearance, the US's plan to have ISIS overthrow Assad was starting to look shattered in almost a week. Well shit, now they had to rethink this plan. This is where Turkey comes in. With the US ceding the approval of shooting down Russian jets, with people like Lindsey Graham saying, "I would shoot Putin's planes down." Then the Pentagon.
You like that Lindsey Graham impression? Again, these are reasons why these videos are coming down. They are, you know, a golden piece of history at this point, and we're gonna preserve them on other platforms. But YouTube just they don't have that. You cannot joke around and make fun of people that they give a fuck about. It's not acceptable. What is freedom of speech?
On sending F-15s to Turkey less than a month before this happened, stating, "We want to be able to put capabilities in Turkey's hands to defend their sovereign airspace." So yet again, we have the US pushing countries to do things they likely wouldn't do otherwise. So the question is, why? Well, with ISIS on its last legs, and Assad doesn't look to topple anytime soon, it would seem they plan to come at this with another approach. Neither side truly wants World War III. Or you would assume they wouldn't if they had a brain cell whatsoever, because this would ensure a total global suicide with enough nukes to make the Earth a second Mars. So let's assume the US wants a new proxy army, just like ISIS. A new boogeyman to manipulate.
So this is when I was postulating, along with many others, that the Kurds were going to be used as a proxy army. And this was prior to the Kurds being used as a proxy army.
To do their will. To get the job done without directly having responsibility for the actions that they choose. If we look at Turkey, it has a large ethnic...
This part to me is kind of cringy now, just the way that I'm displaying it, but you know, sensationalism of the past is sensationalism of the past.
Group of people called the Kurds, with some 16 million Kurds in Turkey and an estimated 25 to 35
bipartisan. I'll take it. Bipartisan. You said it, not me.
million in the Middle East, sparking a Kurdish revolution would likely lead to not only a Turkey civil war, but the recapturing of historic Kurdistan, which includes large parts of Iran and Syria.
A lot of people said that map was a joke, and I get it. I get it. Like, to say that an ethnic group of people can just like up and take up an entire nation, yeah, that's it. It is a little bit of a gross estimation, but neither here nor there. I'm sure a lot of like the more radical Kurds, not most are not saying that at all, but I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, yeah, we can take it back all the way from the Persian Gulf over here to Cyprus, the Black Sea, but you know,
Includes large parts of Iran and Syria. A united Kurdish army would put ISIS to shame, likely reaching into the hundreds of thousands, if not.
in retrospect, organizing all the Kurds together in that type of way was very unlikely. But they still were used as proxy, just in a more confined, smaller version, and it's it's not as easy to control a group of people that are more like just defending what they say is their land versus taking hardened criminals out of prisons, such as in Saudi Arabia, and then just funneling them back into areas and giving them guns and drugs and say, have at it. It's a little bit different in that situation. And at the time, I didn't clarify that, but I'll clarify that now.
Millions. Kurdish militias and factions such as the PKK and the PYD already exist and are fighting in Syria and Iran, holding territory. The PKK and its newer branch, the PYD, have been fighting off and on with Turkey since the 70s. This only reached a ceasefire in 2013. The sporadic flare-ups have still been going on since today, with conflicts increasing as we speak. The PKK are labeled a terrorist organization by Turkey, the US, the UK, and most European countries. Needless to say, tensions are high between Turkey and the Kurds, and it wouldn't take much to set them off. In fact, it would appear with the recent assassination of Kurdish lawyer and human rights activist TyrannyUnmasked's, someone
I can't believe they
was
didn't
trying to
take
do
this
just
video
that.
down because of this.
Right after
clip.
a public speech calling for peace between Turkey and the PKK and requesting that Turkey
The
take
one
the
that's about to play.
PKK off the terrorist list, he was shot dead. Now, if we examine the video, it would appear to be planned, with using one shooter as a distraction and another behind to shoot him in the head.
Yeah. So they ended up assassinating him, and then you had the outrage. Just skipping through this. You had the outrage, and then you had the U.S. embassy in Turkey doing the things, and basically it was just all to, postulate the idea of the Kurds being used as a proxy, which they did. Maybe not to the full extent that video might imply, but they most definitely were used as a chip inside of. Still to this day, I actually haven't checked the map in such a long time. I'm sure we still have the Kurds in northern Syria. Because last I heard, I think Kevork Almasyan was saying that they continue to refuse to accept the offers for autonomy, but still giving back control to the government. But Kevork would know that. What's up? Wait, my BitChute channel got taken down. Is that what you're saying? Or are you in let me reload it. No, it's still there. It's still there. I'm looking at it right now. The subscribers are still going up. You might be in Germany or another country. Let me actually. So it says contains incitement to hatred is what you're saying. Fact of full time. What country are you in? Just let me know what country you're in because we want to pin down things. But what we were suggested earlier is using library to re-upload to maybe Odyssey. Maybe Odyssey might not block it in Germany. If you want to look into that before I do that, because I'm going to try and take care of that all today if I can. Let me know which might be a better platform to share some content. But library seems to have this option to just re-upload everything very simply. That seems like the best option right now. So let me actually get rid of this link here. We're going to move on to another video because I feel like that one has been, we're not going to look at the Paul Craig Roberts. We're not going to look at the police scanner audio from the San Bernardino shooting. That one was made private. And there's another one. And that one was interesting because I did all that one live and shared all the audio. That was when we were hardcore. He says Odyssey is the best platform. Okay. Yeah, Sweden. I could see. Oh, you say you're in the UK. So the UK is blocking BitChute because of my videos. It's probably because of the ones with the videos about World War II. I'm not even going to say the group of people involved in World War II. You can imply that yourself, but that's most likely why it was taken down, because I shared some pretty fucking jaw-dropping and jarring information about that you it's basically a death sentence to even talk about. So we have Syrian Arab Army. This is where I started to get into Syria big time, seeing the different footage and listening to all the testimonies and trying to find real Syrian perspectives. Adam Green, yeah, that was his name. And James Corbett. James Corbett's on Odyssey? Awesome. Cool. People are awake. This was a thank you because we had a lot of supporters after that video we just watched. U.S. now funding the Kurds. So this was like a follow-up video about the Kurdish situation. I don't know if you want to watch that one, let me know, but I don't know if that one's the most important. And then we had the truth of about the Middle East, and this was my friend Stephen Haven, and he was a big help and fundamental part of creating the Tyranny Unmasked website, Contru.com. That was all his idea, and I was hopped on board to try to help that because we were sharing information and getting it out there on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. We had a whole operation set up. We had a few dozen people helping us with that. And that ended up turning into a whole conundrum where it ended up with both my computers being hacked and shut down and fucked. And then he ended up getting his house invaded by 3 random people, and then he had to spend jail time because he defended himself in his own home. And because in Canada you're not allowed to defend yourself in your own home, if you injure somebody that breaks into your home, you get in trouble and spend jail time as well, which blows my mind. From being in Texas, it's totally opposite. In Texas, someone breaks into your home, you have a legal right to defend yourself with a weapon and lethal force. So that's a stark contrast. But in Canada, you're supposed to just walk out of your home and call the police and just pray that you don't die. So, and then they tried to frame him with pedophilia, which was even more of an insane thing if you actually knew him personally. So we're going to watch that video with Stephen Haven because I think his video is worth a watch before we remove it from YouTube. Johnny Gatz, all his videos got taken down, and we might touch on some of his before this stream is over. But all his content got taken down. No, he was touching, he was really digging deep. A lot of good info, but also, you know, he wasn't censoring himself at all. Um, and even from the beginning, I was having to censor myself just at least partially, and in that box got tighter and tighter to the point to where it is now. Um, yeah, I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's got a an Odyssey account or any of the others, but if anyone knows, you can reply in the comments so that he could see. Texas should annex Canada. That is Texas at the bottom of the United States, right, bordering with Mexico, and then you have Canada at the very top of the United States. So we would have to, unless we're gonna do like an Israel situation where we annex Palestine, where they annex Palestine, and then you have half of Palestine on the ocean and the other half over here, and you have to do this military style corridor to allow workers to go in and out from each side. We just have a corridor from Canada to Texas, and just no. But it's a funny thing to picture. But here we go. The video that my friend Stephen Haven, who was a very important part of Tyranny Unmasked in the early stages, we're going to watch his video and comment. Continue.
Is it possible for any of us not to turn around and go find somebody in every single community that's insane, that will kill their own people, and then if we then gave them the ability to, with all the money and guns, that's all that would need to be done? There's people all over the world like that, and it's not, oh, it's their fault for being bad, because at the end of the day, their badness would have never become something, it would have never been able to fester over and hurt the amount of people, the people that it did. It would have been shot down before it ever got going. The only reason it got going was because some outside force came in and said, no, we're going to give you enough guns and money to make sure that you don't fail. And you're going to push our agenda left, right, and center. It's finding traitors. You can find traitors that are greedy bastards in any culture, in any set of people. And then all the people that get killed because of them, that is on the people that fund them and give them their money, and then, you know, take their oil. And one of the things that just blew my mind that Trump said was, no, we shouldn't have gone to war in Iraq, but we should have taken all the oil. So we're going to go there, destroy a country, and even though that we know that we should have never destroyed their country, we're going to take all their oil from them. You know, the resource that they might need to rebuild their country. This is the attitude that it's okay to go screw things up somewhere else, and then because you went there and it cost you something to go there, even though you never even should have gone there, that you can then steal what belongs to the people of those lands. That's more terrorism than one person blowing themselves up and killing 10 people. The amount of people that are going to die from that stealing of oil or stealing of resources is it's millions and millions of people since they started doing it. It's not, you know, 100 people here, a few thousand people there, and, you know, 10 people here, 20 people there. For every single one of our people that's been, you know, a bomb's been dropped on, I'm pretty sure it's like probably like 1,000 times more for the people in those areas. Like, we need to leave there. We need to let them get their shit together. We need to deal with our own criminals at home. So we have people in government and stuff that think that it's acceptable to use our military force to go extract resources from other countries who have done nothing to us. We need to deal with that at home. We can't let people run our governments that think that organized tyranny is acceptable and that's what being American is. I don't want to be part of any sort of alliance that just that's what they think is cool, going around the world stealing, murdering, raping, and then blaming everybody else for you showing up and causing a problem. Like, I'm not trying to get hard on you, Em. It's more that it's an emotional thing for me. It saddens me that there's so much trouble going on, and it's really like, get the hell out of other people's business, clean up our side of the street first. You know, there's a great Jewish proverb about it. Take the log out of your eye before you tell somebody else to take the speck out of theirs. And that's what we need to do, is we need to just worry about us taking the log out of our own eyes, and let's just see what happens with all these other things going on around.
Stephen Haven was born and raised in that Jewish community. He's actually a Sumerian Israelite. So it was very interesting to have him along and have that perspective, especially with the contrast. It was hilarious, people calling me anti-Semitic. It's hilarious that people were saying I was anti-Jew. It was hilarious when one of my best friends was here and I was open and transparent. I lost a lot of people because they came up to this channel thinking that I was just, you know, another one of the people that were going to just blatantly bash, despite, you know, some of the things that have happened throughout history. That has never been my forte, to ever isolate a single group and to bash them. It's always been to point out facts and point out things that are actually happening, and to bring it to the light, bring darkness to light. That was it, just to bring it here so we can all examine it and we can see it, and we can learn and grow from that. And yeah, had our own shield.
Around us. All right, all these little specks here and here and here and here and here. Let's get rid of our own log. And once our own log is done, well, then we can start worrying about, you know, what kind of religion's bad, or what kind of people's bad, or who's wrong over here, or who's wrong over there. But until we actually get our bearings, who the fuck are we to say anything?
Well, I'm still not sure what the exact issue is.
Okay, well, whether it be funding the Saud family to take over Saudi Arabia, or funding, you know, every one of the dictators that's in the Middle East, every one of them that's been toppled in the last little bit has been a puppet that has been placed there by the United States. And the only difference between them is some of them stayed United States puppets until they got toppled, and some of them haven't been toppled yet. And other ones just turned around and said, no, I'm not going to be a puppet. I'm going to try to be loyal to my own people. I'm going to do what's right for my own people. And well, that's why we went to war with them, because they said, no, I'm not going to keep on, you know, funneling all the wealth of my country out to the Western world. I want the wealth to stay.
This video was taken from a live stream where we were having political debates, and it was blowing their mind. Like this at the time in 2015 was a concept that most people in the surface level of this realm just did not understand. It's actually crazy to think that the obvious truth was completely void of reality for the vast majority of people, because honestly, most people are living a life and they don't care, and most of their sources of information come from the biggest media outlets, and the biggest media outlets paint a picture that was nowhere even close to how the reality of the situation was. So this stuff was jarring.
Stay here. You know, we took out Gaddafi, and Libya is a complete fucking disaster. And that place, compared to the rest of the Middle East, was a fucking paradise before we got rid of him. And the only reason we got rid of him was because what? Oh, because our terrorists that we paid wanted to get rid of him. So we've turned it into a terrorist state. We had no reason being there.
I see you guys talking about Adam Green. I've actually not seen a single Adam Green video since maybe 2016, 17. So I don't really have an opinion on him personally, but you know, none of you actually know my own personal religious beliefs. So just throwing it out there, I don't necessarily judge someone based off of their belief system, because their belief system is completely dependent on the life that they live, completely dependent on the experiences that they have experienced. And to write, I don't know, like he might just be blatantly bashing people for being Christian, or bashing people for being Muslim, or bashing people for believing in a religion at all. But I don't think that discredits someone just because they're not subscribing to your point of view. That's all I have to say about that. I see the comments.
Hundreds of millions, the people are dying left, right, and center, and there's no accountability. It's no, let's go on to Iraq, let's go on to Syria, let's go on to the next one and the next one. No, stop. Get the army home. Leave. Stop getting in other people's business. Corporations that want to go somewhere else and try to steal money from people, well, if we find out about it, we'll make sure that we put them in jail. We're not going to sit there and abide by and let some rich dude run our military and kill people so that he can make a few bucks. Like, that's what I'm getting at. And when it comes at home, we've got the same problem. We're fighting a war against feminism, and we're not dealing with the criminals that aren't obeying our own laws. So we've got this system where now we're the ones being abused by the other half of our population, and they have the right to do it because they've got it instituted into law, just like we think that we have the right to go around the world like it's law and be the police officers of the world. It's the exact same thing. They've just written something down that they now say gives them the right to brutalize people with no actual justification behind it. There's nothing more than dirt.
For anyone that's joining the live stream, I haven't actually seen how many people we have live right now. How many people do we have in here? I'm pausing this video just for 1 second. We still got about 30 people. Later on, we're going to be changing the name, making private, and eventually deleting, if not, well, deleting if, no. We talked about library earlier. Yeah, so we're going to be moving things to either library or BitChute. And then we're going to make private and deleting them off of YouTube and reapplying the channel for monetization under a new name and without all the past controversial videos. I'm just doing it a big sweep because they find one thing wrong with the channel and then you're just fucked. You're fucked and you can't reapply for a while.
At the end of the day behind it, it's just garbage. And
that's why we're going through old videos. We're talking about them and really just seeing which videos are most important to not only me or you, and potentially other people. And then we're going to move those to a new platform.
You know, when people say, oh, the Arabs are this, that, give those people 100 years without dropping bombs on them, splitting up their countries and doing this and that, funneling money in. Just give them 100 years. See what kind of people they are then. Can you say that they'll be the same people after the last 100 years of what we've done to them? No, we have no idea what they'd be. Maybe they wouldn't have taken them. Maybe, you know, they wouldn't have taken all those forms of Islam, and there wouldn't have been so much radicalization if there wouldn't have been, you know, people getting bombs dropped on their head. Then you've got the U.S. going around making drone attacks in sovereign nations. Every time you make a drone attack on a sovereign nation, it doesn't matter that you killed the terrorist, because every single boy, every single child, every single man that just seen that happen that lived in that sovereign nation just took that as an attack from an outside force on a sovereign nation. They don't care if the guy was a terrorist. He wasn't in America. He wasn't in your courts. You didn't have the right to do it. It was in their country. Leave them alone. We can't be going around the world like we're we might as well be the right hand of Satan, even though that I'm not a religious person, but that's a pretty close definition to it. We are our Western world is the tool that goes around the world and screws with everybody else. Come on, it's like somebody, you've been in school. Imagine somebody just sitting there nonstop poking at you. That's what we're doing to the world. If you want to just look at it in a very narrow fashion, just like somebody sitting there forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, poking at them, poking at them, poking at them, poking at them, poking at them. And then they freak out. Well, fuck, it happens.
Well, fuck, it happens. It looks like we're going to be moving to BitChute and Library. Library actually takes it to Odyssey. So we'll be making an Odyssey account later on. So I will be posting a video specifically about that. So if you didn't see the stream, or if the stream gets taken down because we're going over all these old videos and they're like, hey, you can't say that on YouTube. Well, I'll make a video saying, hey, come over here. Home of the imposter, Drew's gots to be. Would it be better to delete all the videos off YouTube but keep the channel name with a link to all the platforms where your work can be found? You see, it might be better to do that. It might actually be better to do that. But me personally, on a personal heart level, I want to change the name of this channel. I want to brand it. That is just me. I want to shed the name of tyranny unmasked because that's what it was originally. But um, I believe names have power, and I don't want to be associated with tyranny anymore. I'm shedding that. I'm shedding that mask myself. I'm unmasking myself, and the name will change. That is something that I've already made a decision on, despite, you know, other things. That's the one thing that is for certain. We are changing it from Tyranny Unmasked to a new name. And I love the name because the name means a lot to me. And I might share with that later. So we're going to continue looking at videos. We had videos that we made about the FSA, which were the militants that the United States were funding, using not only barrel bombs, which was indiscriminately attacking civilian areas, which might as well be the U.S. doing it themselves, but they were using sarin gas and other chemicals as well, homemade like chlorine and mustard type gas. And we were covering that was just a common thing that was happening, and no one was aware of it at the time, or very few people were aware of it. It was stuff that we had to dig for. Then we have a video called World War III is already upon us. And oh, that was Storm Cloud Gathering. I re-uploaded that one. So we're just going to skip that one. Storm Clouds, is his channel still around on YouTube? I don't know. I think it is, but I don't think he posts anymore. We had Turkey blames and car bombing on the Kurds. That one was made private. Zionist shields expose controversial truth collaboration. We're not going to deal with that one because that was debunking some stuff from Truth Revolt, and I'm not in the market for tearing down other people's channel, even if they are, you know, within the category of fake alt media that I so conveniently laid out back in the day with my documentary about that. So I'm just going to stick away from that for now. We're not going to harass or bully or produce harmful content according to YouTube. So we got Syria, the True Story, which was a re-upload as well. That was one of the first big documentaries that I had seen myself, and I wanted to share it. And it got taken down off that channel right after I shared it. So that is preserved there as well. You can go check that out. I'm sure that will be thrown up on the Odyssey channel that we're planning on making now. We got Russian withdrawal in Syria. Breakdown is explained. South Front, we are changed. That was another. I'm going to just glance at this one real quick, so bear with me. I don't remember what this one was.
On March 14th, Russian President...
This was just, okay, I think this was just breaking down like the military procedures that were going down from the Russian point of view at that time. Yeah, we're not going to look at that one again. That was more of a time sensitive video that was interesting at the time, not so much now. The Brussels attack. What is Contru.com? I'll look at this one because Contru.com does not exist anymore. So it's like a time capsule.
Hello everyone, Stephen Haven here from the Controversial Truth Project with Tyranny Unmasked of our growing network. Visit us at Contru.com for regular updates of truth so controversial they would deem it as conspiracy theory.
It's 2016.
I want to first take a minute to thank all the people, movements, ideas, and resources available to us on the net. I'm sure Tyranny would agree. The world we live in molds all of us into the people that we are, for better or for worse. Here at Contru.com, we have a treasure trove to draw on, leading us to areas of the network exploding with passion and knowledge, which, well, the mainstream world lumps into crazy, but we know it's up. From all the alternative media networks to truth enthusiasts across the planet, the world is changing percentage by percentage, point by point, step by step. We all work independently yet together in a compartmentalized firewalled network of disseminators, taking untampered, uninfected data and spreading.
Ooh, New World Agenda. I remember that. Jeff C. Is Jeff C still around? I know some of you probably know. Has he got an Odyssey? Does he got a BitChute? we were hanging out talking with Jeff C there for a little while. He was an interesting dude, always had a very interesting perspective on things.
To the rest of the compartments in our vicinity. Visit us at the website contru.com, CON-TRU.com, and follow us
All of these things have been taken down since, by the way.
on Facebook and Twitter for a stream of truth so controversial they would deem it as conspiracy theory.
See, even at that time, all these channels were growing. Each one of these channels had anywhere from 1,000 to 20-30,000 subscribers, and that was on Twitter, that was on Instagram, that was on our actual website that we had made. We ended up making 2 websites. We had contru.com and TyrannyUnmasked's, all of which got taken down. I think you can still kind of like view TyrannyUnmasked's, but I don't even have access to it anymore, so it's not really a thing either. And all the AdSense related accounts got simultaneously swiped even on the back end. It was a uniform attack on our platforms. So yeah, we're gonna move on to the next video. Jeff C passed away? Bro, no way. What happened? Was it... that's the first time I've heard about this. That's unfortunate. Well, he definitely did a lot of great work. If he truly is dead. But yeah, I think a lot of us remember. Even if you agreed, disagreed, it didn't matter. He was doing the work that no one else was willing to do, just like us here. We were talking about the things no one wanted to touch because it made you an outcast. It made you a black sheep. But we felt a responsibility to talk about it. Damn. RIP. So we're going to keep going on. We have the one that was covering the Panama Papers here, this video. Now this one I definitely was sensational about, because the propaganda, you see, so I had this tendency to be like a pendulum. If the mainstream media swung so heavily one way, I felt this need to be the counterbalance to that. And because of the insanity of the Panama Paper situation, I felt this necessity to swing hard the other way. And you can hear that in the way that I express myself in this video. I'm gonna get water while this is playing, by the way.
Can anyone say propaganda? So, no Forex scandal in Israel. No non-Icelander bankers or politicos. By the way, they sent many of their banksters to prison, but when we had a bank scandal with J.P. Morgan Chase, all they got was a slap on the wrist. What about the American crime families? What about the Clinton Foundation? What about Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? What about the grandfatherly Buffett with his penchant for ice cream cones and joke. How about the Bush Patriot Act? Or 9/11? What about Blankenswein? What about diamonds or Goldman Sachs? But
You can see
Russia,
what I was saying.
Putin, by implication, of course. Also, you got Bashar al-Assad. Who would have guessed that? Obvious targets for war. Soon as the populace rejects more war, we reject war. Oh, so we're just gonna force more war on you, because that's just how it works. Whose enemies are these? These are nobody's enemies from the East. These are all Western enemies. This is a very common theme. This has nothing to do with the massive finds of oil or natural gas in the Golden Highway.
I'm cringing a little bit. Sorry, by the way. And thank you, No Expectation, for that donation. That the donations were helpful. They were very useful. It was a sign that people genuinely gave a shit, because it was very. I lost thousands and thousands of dollars worth of equipment doing this shit. You know, like cyber warfare, that was a real thing. They would leave. So they would hack my PCs, and then on the PC they would leave the background as a condescending picture, and then they would load it up with viruses, and I'd be fucked. Like, I can't prove who it was, obviously. Even if I was able to trace it back, it would be under some kind of VPN, but no kind of security measure was good enough to stop it at the time. And then the TSA smashed one of my computers. Literally smashed one. There's videos about that. We'll show those in a little bit. But yeah, I'm gonna skip this video. This video is kind of cringy. But anyway, it was basically breaking down the insanity of this Panama paper propaganda, and saying why is this only covering the very convenient enemies of the West at the time. It was just a convenient narrative piece and was not a true piece of investigative journalism. That was my outlook at the time. The Institute of Historical Review. That is a very familiar thing you said there, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. It sounds familiar is what I'm saying. Raphael says the question of the juice, which was the juice. You almost got me there. I can't be saying stuff like that, Raphael. You know better. Even if it's juice. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Western backed FSA and ISIS al-Nusra militants in Aleppo. We're just gonna skip that one. We know what that is. You can tell by the thumbnail there. We have this speech that I wrote back then. It's also a good little timepiece, because at the time it was a good reflection of my own morals and principles, which have obviously evolved throughout time and as I aged and experienced things. But we're gonna look at it as a interesting relic.
Every day, I awaken to the fact that there is a war against humanity and its sovereign right to self-ownership. I see corruption in its most potent form, twisting and dementing the views and very definitions that binds it from power. Defense is not occupation. Defense is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear.
This is back when I thought that laws meant something. I've seen way too much now. I've seen way too much bending and breaking of laws, not only on people close to, or not only in the world, but people close to me. And it has definitely eradicated my belief in a fair and just system of government in the United States or most places, honestly. So this was more like a pipe dream.
Their arms so the people can defend their country and only their country from tyranny and invaders. Education is not and should not be initiated or operated by a government. Children should not be the victims of political change, special interests, researchers, unions, and social reformers with the biggest pocketbook. Education is about critical thinking and laying down the guidelines to empower the next generation to think freely and look back at our shortcomings and to learn from them. Free trade is not the monopolization and manipulation of a system to grow power from wealth and wealth from power. Free trade should promote the growth of society, competition, innovation that will one day lead us to revolutionary breakthroughs in technology that better us as a whole and one day take us to the stars. Thomas Paine once said, "Beware of the greedy hand of government that thrusts itself into every corner and crevice of industry." Independence isn't radicals receiving weapons and training to overthrow a thriving, sovereign nation in the name of humanity, which in reality is more political greed for power. Independence is when any form of government becomes destructive. It is then the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Courage is not the acceptance and normalization of contrary beliefs and mental disorders and the demonization of those who do not agree. Courage is standing up to oppression and tyranny, even if it means degradation or even death. Liberals do not practice liberty. Conservatives are not conservative. Left is right, and right is left, both controlled. Change is just a repackage of the same tyranny. Benjamin Franklin once said, "When the people find that they can vote themselves money."
Fun fact about Benjamin Franklin, if you look into his history, interesting guy. Yeah, so some of these quotes, especially the one at the last one, it's like Abraham Lincoln. A lot has been learned since then, so it's another benefit of starting clean. You're not necessarily just hunkered down and people are like, well, you said this about this person or you quoted this person, this and that. You must be this or that. No. Ideas and opinions change and evolve throughout time. It's rigidity of mind is why so many of us suffer, and that's why wars exist. That's why conflict is so prevalent even to this day. I feel like as a society, we are changing, we're evolving, and we are going to continue to improve. But yes, free to change our opinions.
That will herald the end of the Republic. Banks have not and will not ever be in your best interest. Taxation and debt is slavery. John Adams said, "Banks have done more injury to religion, morality, tranquility, prosperity, and even wealth of the nation than they have ever done or will do good." Making America great doesn't start with a wall. It starts with a boot to the ass of the ones that deceive, bleed, and destroy the Constitution.
That is definitely something I cannot be saying on YouTube. A boot to the ass. Yeah, that is why they slap me with harassment and bullying. So there's little things like that. You just gotta clean it up in respect. These were emotional statements at the time. I understand the sentiment. I understand where I was there. I still understand my perspective now. But our words can be misinterpreted, mistranslated. Our intent can be misinterpreted and mistranslated. And that's a tool of the media. The media has been doing that forever. I wish I had the foresight and wisdom at the time to navigate it a little bit smoother, even such. I think I did well enough. Like, the channel still exists. You know, I didn't get pulled into that pendulum of just hating and bashing on people because seeing what they do in shadows. That's never been my forte. I am a lover of humanity. I love people. I have a heart that is there to want to help and serve my fellow humans. I want to see our society grow. I want to see our society come together. I don't want to see, and I know that can be interpreted through a forceful new world order type of perspective, but that isn't the case. I feel like this is something that naturally happens without force, without any kind of system of government that forces you into this over time. Yeah, we're talking about larger times of time spans, but that is the natural progression of society, of culture. It's to be cohesive rather than conflicting, even if it is separated by imaginary lines.
And try to bring it down with the rest of the world. Abraham Lincoln. The people of the United States are the rightful masters of both Congress and courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow men who pervert the Constitution. When it comes to freedom, know the difference. Be the difference. This was Tyranny Unmasked.
That is a interesting time capsule. It was still written from the heart, but like I said, things have changed since then. My perspective evolves like everyone else's. So we're going to go back to these videos. We're going to try and pick it up a little bit because, not everyone's going to want to sit here for 8 fucking hours to watch every single old video. So again, no expectation in the comments, in the chat. If you're worried about not being able to find this, even if I move it over to Odyssey through the library suggestion, go ahead and download any videos that you want now. If you know of a video, go ahead and download it for yourself. Do with it whatever you want. Just don't feel like I'm stopping you. You can upload it to your channel. You can put it on a hard drive. You can put it on a different site. I do not care. You don't even have to give me any credit. It's yours. So we're going to keep going here. We had the video covering the magnetic field collapse and how NASA was covering that up. That was an interesting video. I'm not going to play this one again, though. We had attack on a refugee camp being blamed on Assad. We had a re-upload from Syrian girl. I don't know if she's still doing any work, but she was definitely a voice of reason at the time, and I think she did well because of her look. So everyone's like, "Ooh, pretty girl," and they went on her channel and they ended up getting slapped with real truthful information, which was awesome. This campaign, definitely not going to play this. As you can see, this Orlando shooting thing got hardcore removed. I don't even know if I can review it. See, it doesn't even give me an option to re-download it. It says, "You want to delete this forever?" YouTube was not having that. Yeah, I don't even know if I can view it at all. If there's any way to view that. Oh shit, I can. But why can't I download it? The fact that I can watch it is interesting. but I'm not going to play it because they'll just take the live stream down. There's some videos. YouTube said no. That one had almost 50,000 views before YouTube walloped it. And I think that's where the censorship started to pick up pace, because we were talking about double Fs, false flags. That was a slippery slope, because if your government is actively participating in any form of fashion, even if it is through proxies and different agencies, that is a slippery slope, because now you're pointing out a very large body that they're willing to go to such lengths to push an agenda. What will they do to shut you up? So there's that. And then there was the one about the doctors. Ooh, no expectation. You downloaded everything. Awesome. Thank you for that. FBI admit nobody died there's another one. You didn't get those though. No expectations. You didn't get those. But I'm trying to think. What's a way you can message me? Message me at TyrannyUnmasked's@gmail.com. No expectations. Let me know that it's you, and I will send you the links to the removed videos as well, if you want those, because I'm giving them up. They're not mine anymore. They're there for history. We had the Dallas police attacks, which are a little bit closer to home, being in Texas. I covered that. I don't know. No, I didn't actually cover that. I did cover it, but I don't think this was my video. This was Dollar Vigilante's re-upload. I'm not even going to speak about Dollar Vigilante. Raw footage from the Turkey military coup. Not going to play that one. That one got privated, because I preemptively off that one because it had a lot of blood and gore in it. I knew YouTube would take that down. And then there was, again, a one about the Dallas shooting, how that was very clearly being fueled and flamed by groups such as the Soros Foundation. And we have The Truth. This one, we got to watch this one. This one has 447,000 views, and we have to give our comments on this one. So we're going to stop at The Truth About Turkey's Failed Coup, and we're going to read and react. Another time capsule here. This video was uploaded 6 years ago. 6 years ago now.
In late 2015, following the downing of the Russian fighter jet,
Here, before I play this, in the comments, here. Oh shit, I got too many tabs open now. Let's go here. And yeah. If anyone wants to mail me, there you go. Just let me know who it is. And if you want something before I delete it, just let me know, and I will try and get it to you.
Pattern for the future of Turkey and the Middle East started to become apparent.
And no expectations. I was talking about the videos that even that are not on public on YouTube. They're private or removed. I might be able to still send those, because they have a viewable YouTube link within my interface that I can access. I might be able to download that and send it to you.
Western-backed plan to foresee the fall of Turkey into a civil war was set in full swing. This complex plan involved infuming the already tense relations between the many.
This video got me a lot of controversy, especially when a lot of Turks came in, and a lot of Turks were about the same as the MAGA people. They were very pro-Trump, but they were very pro-Erdogan in a similar, if not even more extreme fashion. And they had very strong opinions. So that ended up with some controversy.
many sects, including the Kurdish militias and split political groups. If you haven't watched our video about this, I highly suggest you take the time to do so to get a better understanding of what's happening in Turkey. The failed military coup is something that has caused many trouble wrapping their head around it. With the obvious lack of support and poor execution, it leaves many to wonder if the coup was even legitimate. My first thought while seeing the coup unfold in real time, as Turkish social media users flooded streams with videos and images of seemingly small amounts of military personnel that was supposed to gain control of the entire nation of Turkey. In fact, many of the troops involved told reporters they thought it was a military exercise. Other sources even noted that Erdogan's plane had been strafed by the stolen jets, having ample opportunities to shoot it down, yet they didn't. It's not too far-fetched to suggest that someone such as Erdogan, who is known for breaking political promises and ousting all his competition, in addition to overseeing one of the highest rates of jailing journalists in the world. Erdogan himself even stating that the coup was a gift from God. So, case closed then, right? Erdogan staged a coup to gain more political power.
This is where my point of view diverted a little bit from everyone else. Everyone else kind of took all that info too, and it was like, all right, case closed. And there was a lot more to it than that.
And support to become what some are calling a democratic dictatorship. Well, unfortunately, this is the real world, and everything isn't as cut and dry as it may first seem. Knowing in advance about the US intervention and support garnering for the Kurdish factions in both Turkey and northern Syria, it was not shocking to me when I found out that the man being blamed for this coup has ties to the FBI and CIA. In fact, Turkish intelligence claimed back in 2011 that Gulen's moderate Islamic movement based out of Pennsylvania has been providing cover for the CIA since the mid-90s. Also, Graham Fuller, former CIA operative, giving direct recommendations to the FBI not to extradite Gulen back to Turkey in 2006, stating he did not pose a threat. Well, you might say this has nothing to do with Erdogan staging his own political coup. Well, yes and no. You see, this all goes back to the US plan to topple Bashar al-Assad and the Syrian government. The United States failed. Their goals were crushed by the Russian intervention. This is where John Kerry's Plan B came into action.
Someone's going to have to sit down at a table and arrive at an understanding about what Syria is going to be. But it may be too late to keep it as a whole Syria if we wait much longer.
Plan B is the dividing of Syria into 3 sects, which include Sunni, Shia, and the Kurds. The reason this is the goal is to weaken Russia's influence in the Middle East.
Because once they break it up, they're never putting it back together.
Including their access to oil set up through deals with the Syrian government. This purposely bypasses US and Israeli-backed nations. This pipeline will go through Iran, Iraq, and Syria, all 3 targets of the US for a long time.
Starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. The truth is about the Middle East is, had there been no oil there, it would be like Africa. Nobody is threatening to intervene in Africa.
With these countries toppled, Russian intervention would be next to impossible without creating a World War III scenario. So again, what does that have to do with Erdogan? Even with his many flaws and outright fallacies, Erdogan was elected democratically, even if it was lying his way in. And despite his dreams of joining the EU and his connections with ISIS, he's not necessarily bought and paid for, which makes him unpredictable and unreliable for Western-backed plans, which have been proven on many occasions with the conflict in Syria. This, on top of his military actions against US-backed Kurds in northern Syria.
This was one of the most well-produced videos because I had to do so much research on this one. There was a lot. There was a lot going on. There was so many narratives, and I had to sit back and really just dig for articles, dig for information. And eventually, once I had compiled enough information, the bigger picture started to all fit together like the puzzle piece. Puzzle pieces all started to make sense. And again, this is all just a theory composed by me, Stephen Haven, and a few other people that were also doing research with me as well. But I think this was a very well put together video. It still holds up pretty strong today. Again, my points of view and my approach to things have changed since. I don't even really care so much about geopolitics like I did at the time. But, you know, it was a solid ass video.
Is more than enough reason for the US to orchestrate the removal of Erdogan from power. Again, this was largely kicked off by the downing of the Russian jet that set off a domino effect to destabilize and divide the country. In the video I'm going to be linking, we talked about how Erdogan was talked into shooting down this Russian jet back in 2015. So, all that being said, the most likely scenario is that Erdogan and the Turkish intelligence foresaw a planned coup d'etat by Gulen supporters. This is why leading up to the coup, Erdogan was already systematically purging Gulen supporters from power. Fearing a coup backed by CIA-involved Gulen created this event in order to gain support and oust the military and political leaders ultimately plotting against him. You see, when every single Western news outlet almost unanimously condemn and push a rhetoric that would be considered conspiracy theory if we mentioned it, you have to stop and question the motive and look at the evidence. It is no coincidence that after the entire Cold War and all the wars fought in the Middle East and past coups in Turkey, did they decide to mention the possibility of nukes we store in Turkey falling into the hands of belligerents and CIA-created ISIS, formerly known as Al-Qaeda. We have seen these same tactics of using the media to shame and gain public support before every US intervention of a country.
You see, at the time, I was thinking it was possible that they could even oust Erdogan with a puppet. You know, like I feel like that was an option on the table. I really do. And as we can see, though, due to the efforts of independent media exposing our government and other governments in their long history of overthrowing governments and destabilizing countries, it has been much harder to pull these stunts off. Like in Venezuela, they were big time aware of it because there was an entire history of Venezuela being enthralled in coup d'états, and I think they had learned their lesson and they were handling it much smoother. And in Turkey as well, I think they managed to avoid that catastrophe. I know a lot of people are like, Erdogan is this and that. I know. Politics is insane. I hate politics. I despise that entire realm because I see it for what it is. But at the very least, we can look at it and say, thank God that a large country like Turkey didn't suffer an unfortunate fate like Syria as well. And I think a lot of Turkey's ability to use their people in the war in Syria and other places was based on that fear. They saw it and they're like, "Oh shit. We don't want this type of war in our country." So they were willing to be an asset by the West in order to prevent their country from falling into the same type of chaos. So it's like just like an animal, if they're cornered, they will do things that you would not expect, or might not be the most moral or politically correct or logical option. In the Middle East.
Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein. Saddam. 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 Saddam Hussein.
By no means am I a fan of Erdogan. Yet look at who is causing the situation. Erdogan was played into shooting that Russian fighter jet down, just like Saddam Hussein was played into invading Kuwait, directly supporting these figures and their actions until they do it and then they turn on them. All these actions and events are highly calculated, and rarely does something happen naturally without outside intervention. These superpowers are playing a big game of geopolitical chess, and it is the innocent lives of billions that hangs in the balance. This is Cold War 2.0, and it started years ago. It is time we stand up to our governments and we refuse to take part. These are my theories based on research and critical thinking. I advise you to do your own research, because you can trust no one unless you trust yourself. All the links are in the description below. This has been Tyranny Unmasked.
Oops. I started playing another video. But man, oh man, where we have come, where we were. So how many people do we still have watching? We have 12 congruent. Nah, there's 20. Yeah, there's 21 congruent viewers, I think. 12, 21. It's same. Who knows? Is the thing not working anymore? I can't see comments. Let me reload this page. I was the last one to comment. So, how many people do we have watching? I want to make sure that we're all still aware of what's going down. The channel is being changed today. The name is going to be changed. All the videos, the vast majority of the videos at the very least are going to be made private, if not deleted, moved over to BitChute and Odyssey. I have not made an Odyssey yet, but thanks to suggestions, we have this library option that can move all the videos over to Odyssey. So that is something that we're going to be doing, and I will make a video about that afterwards and give links to those places for anyone that didn't get to see the live stream, or if the live stream for some reason goes down, because we're looking at all these older sensitive videos that YouTube is constantly on the move, taking down, and just taking down channels with it indiscriminately. So I think we covered that video. Yeah. We're not going to look at the NATO corpse caught plotting turkeys. No, we're not going to look at that. Here's an entire documentary about Saddam Hussein. That one's got a lot of views. I'm sure it'll get moved over to Odyssey for record's sake. That wasn't a documentary I made. That was just one that I collected and reshared, and it got removed on other platforms or other channels, and by proxy it ended up getting almost 300,000 views on our channel. We got tons of videos of Bashar al-Assad. In fact, someone could argue that this channel just became a Bashar al-Assad channel. It was never intended to be that, but because of all the research I was doing in Syria and because of the way that Bashar al-Assad was being painted in the mainstream media, I found it important to share other perspectives. And what better way than to share interviews of him talking and defending himself. Skynet says, I'm hearing that Twitter is actually worse now, which is what I expected years ago. No banning, but you're in your own bubble. Yeah, so I haven't fucked with Twitter in a while, in a long time. I think I still have accounts, but I haven't logged into them in years. I know about Elon Musk buying Twitter, but I don't know if that actually changes anything. It might change things on an at least surface level. So you have your very popular people like your Joe Rogans and your all. Honestly, I'm not haven't been keeping up with them, but all the popular people that are considered, alternative views that are given their platform back. But outside of that, I'm not sure if it's made a real change or not. It says hello from Newcastle. Well, what's up, Newcastle? Just no expectations. Are you talking to me or someone else? Because we've been talking for a while. Oh, you're talking to Newcastle. Okay. What's up, Newcastle? Yeah, I'm just confusing myself in the chat, reading it backwards. So we're going to keep looking here. We have Assad blame for gas attacks, the white helmets, truth about white helmets. We had a Richard Dolan video that I compiled and uploaded. Richard Dolan actually took down my 5G video, which is interesting considering that I watched him because he was a big proponent about allowing people to share their points of view and not using or bullying their status or their platform to remove them. And he talked in depth about how the YouTube platform was abused in such a way where if you were a large enough channel and was already vetted, you could smash smaller channels very easily. So it was interesting that he, of all people, took down a video where I had just a piece of one of his videos in it that were compiling evidence about 5G, and he was a big proponent against it, and he still took the video down. So we have the truth about barrel bombs. That was an interesting one. I don't know if it's worth a play at this point in time. We have a lot of videos to get through, but there's the video about barrel bombs and how it was not what it was being made out to be in the mainstream media. We have the documentary about Muammar Gaddafi. Definitely an interesting watch. We don't have an hour and 32 minutes, though, to sit here and watch that documentary. And that documentary was made by, I forget his name, but I'm going to open it real quick because I think the credits were in the video somewhere. This video got shadow banned. So you have to know exactly where to find this to even see it. See, that's deceptive because, yeah, it has 65,000 views, but you can't, if you type in Muammar Gaddafi, the truth about Libya, it's got to be word for word, I believe, to find it. So, like, say we go to YouTube, we do this. See, look, I put it in word for word, can't find it. It doesn't exist. You see why we're changing the channel, at least from that point of view. Shadow banning is a real thing, people. Censorship is real. But yeah, I think this was, let me see who made it, because I remember it was like a really popular guy back then. I didn't make it, I just shared it. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Oh well. If I can't find it, I can't. Oh, there it is. Dearth. Dearth.com. Who was Dearth? I don't know, but Dearth.com, that's some kind of credit there. My Secret Weapon video, that's where I was talking about all the software and programs I was using to navigate and organize media sites. I was using Feedly, and on Feedly, it allows you to take RSS feeds and to feed them into certain categories. And I was dividing them up into conservative, liberal, unpartisan, Russian, Ukrainian, Chinese, just different categories. It made it much easier for me to digest the news and to scroll through it. And then I could keyword through that program as well and say like COVID-19. I could type in that and see everything. That was a funny one to me. Not funny, it's actually kind of fucked up, but it was hilarious to type that in and to see how many results I was getting. It was all that we were getting. That was the only news. It was 90% of the news there for a solid year to 2 years. It was just COVID-19. And they wonder why the entire world fell into mass hysteria. And we had a video uploaded of Robert Steele, former CIA guy. I remember Steemit.com. That was the alternative to Reddit. And I'm pretty sure it's dead now. I think it still exists, but it's pretty much dead now. I had made some probably like $200 worth of crypto on there, and that was just for posting. I wasn't extremely active on Steemit. If I would have doubled down on Steemit, I could have made some more money. There was people that were making a living off of Steemit. It was actually impressive. And that was just from posting their content, and it was generating value. And boom, you just, God forbid you do that on YouTube. Evidence Violates says, you want the coof, you can't handle the coof. I don't know what that reference is to, but yes, we want the coof. We want the truth. It's the 2nd of February tomorrow, and the year is tomorrow, and the year day is 33. What do you mean by that, Paul from Newcastle? It sounds interesting. We know about the number 33, so if you know more about that, drop it there in the chat. So continuing on, we got a video about George Soros leak proves that link to Turkey, Armenia, Ukraine. That was an interesting one. Victory in Syria looking possible after Putin-Erdogan meeting. Well, that's subjective. U.S.-backed Ukraine puts pressure on Crimea after recent Russian/Syria gains. I don't know if playing anything Ukraine related on YouTube is going to do well now. Everything Ukraine wise gets instantly smacked down. But we were covering Ukraine back when Obama was still in office. And if you look at it objectively, the Middle East is more of a Republican psyop, and then you have the Europe side of things end up being the liberal psyops, and it's pretty consistent. So when Biden got back into office, it makes sense that they're shifting from one country or another, one psyop to another. They're shifting back over to Ukraine. That was my objective point of view on that. Turkey and NATO fooled us. Not sure what that was covering. Turkey invasion of Syria. Netflix white. So this one got removed, where when that Netflix documentary covering the white helmets, making them look like these amazing civil servant, nice and shining armor there to protect the poor civilians of Syria from the evil government. We had already had all the information ready to go. I threw that video together in 30 minutes. It was so easy to debunk. And then the creator of the documentary personally took down my video. It even said it in the notes and emails that I got that she personally took it down. So although it got taken down, it was interesting to know that the creator of the actual film itself was so fucking butthurt that they had to remove the video. But it was just truth. It was just painting painting the light for what it was. That's how the Syrians saw it, and what better voice to hear from than the people that are actually being affected by the white helmets. It was clear cut, still is clear cut, and the video is on BitChute, on my BitChute again. Link in the description if you want to go subscribe to that. It looks like a few more of you have already done that. There is a documentary covering the white helmets, and that was one of my friends from Southfront. He used to be one of the narrators for Southfront, and he compiled a video and asked me to share it, and I did that, and YouTube said no, and so on BitChute it is, but it is some hard evidence showing that the white helmets were not the knights in shining armor that the mainstream media made it look to be, to justify giving them millions of dollars, which essentially is just funding terrorists millions of dollars. So going back to content, I need to find another video to play because I gotta take a leak. This is a good one. The Real Suspects of 9/11. That was Corbett. I compiled that one together, and that one ended up getting 200,000 views. Definitely worth saving and checking out. I think that one on BitChute. If not, it will be on BitChute, and it will be on Odyssey. Yeah, Joanna Natasagara, she was the one that took that video down that we were talking about. U.S. kills 62 Syrian troops for the... Okay, this one's worth a play. So I'm going to play these next two videos here and use that as an opportunity to take a leak. So, be right back.
So on Saturday, September 17th, 2016, probably one of the most important events happened. 62 members of the Syrian army were killed in U.S. coalition airstrikes. Now, the U.S. has already admitted to this, but claims it was an accident. Now, I would be inclined to believe them if, for one, they had a track record for me to believe that, and if there wasn't so much outstanding evidence that proves against that. Now, up until 12 hours ago, they were still reporting on this on mainstream media. In fact, that's how I found out about it. I wasn't even in the war room, as I like to call it. I was in my vehicle, and I heard it on the news, and I about spit my drink everywhere. I had to take a double take on this one. So I immediately got on this. And as the information was pouring in, I was set back because it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Now, like I said, up until 12 hours ago, the mainstream media was reporting on this. That is, of course, until the bombings in New York City happened, in addition to the stabbings in Minnesota. Now, as of right now, the governor is saying it was an act of terrorism, and in Minnesota, they were claiming that ISIS has claimed responsibility for this attack. Now, instantly, nobody's thinking about Syria, at least the majority of the United States population, where it matters. So again, all eyes were taken off of this story 12 hours ago. The reason why so many eyes were distracted by this obvious false flag with its timing is how the strikes played out. Now, within 7 minutes of the attack, ISIS forces near the Syrian base that was bombed multiple times by at least 4 aircraft and possibly an Apache helicopter moved into the base and took control of the area. Again, that was 7 minutes after the attacks.
You know how fucked up this situation was? You had several countries come in and take out all the Syrian defenses on a particular side of Deir ez-Zor and synchronized it with ISIS publicly. The whole world saw it, or at least all the people that looked beyond just what Fox, CNN, and all the mainstream narratives were saying, and helped the ISIS advance, temporarily capture part of Deir ez-Zor, where they are defending civilians. At that point, they were surrounded, and only airdrops from Russia and Syria were keeping them alive. Yet we were supporting ISIS. Think about that for 1 second. That was so fucked up of a situation that I could not believe it at the time.
Which is no surprise that Russia has finally came out of the closet. And
it was like France and Germany. It was a multi-coalition strike. So it wasn't just the US. It was multiple countries took part in this ritual.
Admitted their belief in that United States works for ISIS. Now, they have never done this officially before this event. So this is big news. Now, another reason to tack on to this, why they come out with this bold statement, in which here at Tyranny Unmasked and several other alternative medias also believe this to be true, is the coordination with this attack with another attack by the IDF, which ended in the death of several more Syrian troops. Now, this attack happened within minutes of the attack that happened due to the United States Air Force. And also, if we remember, just a few days ago, there was claims that the Syrian army had shot down Israel warplanes and drones. Now, they declined this, but if that is to be true, which is seeming more and more likely due to these events, could put the possibility of these strikes being retaliation for that event. You see, the United States is nothing more than a puppet for the Zionist country of Israel.
We can't be saying that no more. Can't be saying that.
These countries work hand in hand, as well as the coalition. Everybody's in their pocket. So it is not a huge surprise that we see the United States making this attack. Now again, all of this is being drowned out in the mainstream media and any access that we are getting, even some alternative medias, because of the bombings in New York and again the stabbings in Minnesota, which just so happened to be the Islamic State, the very forces the United States is leading an attack for on the Syrian government. Now this is an act of war. If you don't understand that, that is an act of war, treason, beyond all reasonable doubt. It was already an act of war when we decided to put forces and air forces in the Syrian airspace without permission. That is against UN law, that's against United States law. If we needed any more proof that the United States was working with terrorists, here it is. I don't know how more direct it can be than this. Now, to top this all off, on the same day, a US airstrike in Syria also killed up to hundreds of civilians, which they are also trying to play down. These were civilians fleeing from ISIS-held areas in which, again, we are protecting and we are fighting for. It just makes me sick. And by the way, I cannot wait until the United States State Department tries to talk their way out of this one. Let's see if they can just laugh it up.
By the way, if I remember correctly, when I was keeping up with the State Department reports, they skipped this one. They didn't have a report on this one. They skipped it. And I kept looking. I'm like, aha, I see. Not even you can face up to this type of, absolute horror, absolute insanity to think that this image of a civilized country could do such a heinous act, and even in the face of their own proxy creations, ISIS, openly doing it. We can infer what was happening with ISIS due to all the research and evidence, but for them to do it so blatantly and out in the open was definitely a show of insanity, is what that was. And I think there was another follow-up video I did on that one as well.
No sponsored content, no links to click on.
Well, you guys remember No BS News? I think this was the first. Hold on. Was this the first one? No BS News. No, the other one was a No BS News as well. But yeah.
This is just news, and I don't get lost in all the bullshit.
What's up, Blizzak? Hey, man.
As if the United States could not make more of a fool of its people, it is now going on to blame the Russians and the Syrians on attacking a UN aid convoy coming into Aleppo. In several articles, they directly blame the Russians and Syrians. This is absolutely ridiculous, even after it was refuted by the Russians with definitive proof. Yes, I said it, definitive proof. Don't believe me?
See, this is okay. This is where it was easy to think that I was just a Russian supporter. But I was looking at all sources, all sides. I was trying to remain unbiased as possible. But the difference between the United States and Russia during all of this was that Russia, not only were they just saying, oh, we didn't do it, which is anyone can say, oh, we didn't do something. They would also provide proof for their statements. So they even provided drone footage of a lot of it became common practice for the Russian military to film all of their actions. And I have not been keeping up with the conflict in Ukraine, but I'm assuming they haven't stopped that practice. If they have, then that's something to look into itself. But if they continued this practice, they were filming all of their strikes and all of their operations and then publicizing it later on and sharing it with the public so they could see exactly what they did, which smacked the United States narrative in the face all the time. It was almost hilarious. They would say, oh, look what Russia did. And Russia was like, well, here's exactly what we did. We filmed it. So, yeah, it's not necessarily that you're a Russian bot or anything of that nature. You were just looking at all the sides and seeing what was being portrayed, what evidence existed.
Well, the UN had to change their statements from saying the Russians did this to it was an unknown attack. Yes. Yes, you see, after the Russians provided...
That being said, that it's not like I was just using Russian perspectives either. To clarify, there was plenty of alternative media sources that were going into these same places and doing their own investigations as well. But they would always discredit these people because the Russians would allow them to come in because the Russians were the ones on the ground trying to maintain the peace and, keep things together in Syria. So they would always discredit them. They're like, oh, that the Russians allowed them in there. We can't trust them at all. But still, they had video footage, testimonies from actual Syrians, pictures, high definition photographs of the areas, always openly allowing the OCPW, I might have said that wrong, but all of these supposedly non-biased organizations come in and take a look for themselves. They were very transparent. And I think they had to be transparent because you're dealing with the media propaganda beast of the West. You were forced to be transparent.
Proof that it was impossible that it was carried out from air attacks, more so by mortar and tank attacks, because of the lack of the aerial blast damage that would be seen in any type of aerial bombardments. On top of this, the Russians provided video surveillance that was recorded of the convoy reaching its destination, in addition to opposition mortars being seen next to the convoy. So this is the United States redirecting the blame after they slaughtered over 62 Syrian troops directly and intentionally based off of the evidence that is being provided. And instead they're redirecting this blame to make the Russians and Syrians look like the ones that are responsible for the failure of the truce, in which they refused to release the papers and documents proving the Russians were right. Yes, this was most likely carried out by the opposition and our new...
Yeah, Darren, that's the goal. The goal isn't to just delete it and say, oh, like we're done with it. Yeah, of course the videos are being moved to a different platform. and the name is going to be changed and the logo is going to be changed around. But the goal for that, Darren, is to allow this channel to grow again and to allow an influx of new perspectives to come in so we can continue to grow. I want to touch on so many more topics other than war. For 5 straight years, I did nothing but stare at war. And no, I didn't fight in a war. No, I didn't actually experience the traumas that these people experienced. But even still, constantly forcing yourself to watch war and to look at both sides and to digest that content for so long will make you not want to do it. You know, that's why I didn't want to touch Ukraine. I feel like there's enough info out there on Ukraine, thankfully, that it doesn't require me to do such a thing. I'm not saying that I'll never talk about war ever again, because I can't predict the future. But I want to talk about other things. I want to talk about history. I want to talk about what's reality, what is real, what's tangible, what can we use, can we grow, can we sustain our own selves, can we separate ourselves from the need of tyrannical governments, even if it's this neo pretend that we're not tyrannical, but it secretly is still tyrannical governments. And I'm not complaining necessarily, it could be much worse, but I want to improve ourselves, improve humanity in a way, improve myself, improve my community. And with the censorship on this channel right now, it doesn't help. So if I can convert this channel into a new version, then I think it's worth it. I definitely think it's worth it. It's worth a shot, because we're not getting views on these videos anyway right now, and nobody can find them unless they have already discovered the channel, and the channel cannot be discovered so easily on YouTube. So it is a plan, and we're following through with that plan.
News for a front terrorist. Yes, the people that protested the UN aid that was scheduled to arrive. No, I'm not joking. Listen for yourself.
This is a demonstration that is being held refusing the aid that is proposed to come into the city of Aleppo. It appears as if they want to refuse the aid because they are not a party to this ceasefire proposal, as many people are believing is currently in place. People need to understand.
Yes, that was our News for Front flags you saw flying there in the background as well. And by the way, this is also the same group of people that ran the United States commandos out of the area, calling them pigs and infidels. Yes, do you not remember this? So when you try to blame Russia for your lapdogs that are running around acting amok like terrorists, cutting heads off of 11-year-old boys, that blame the only people that are fighting for what's right in the area, you only make yourself look like the idiots you are. And I am ashamed to say I am a part of that nation. And I shouldn't have to be that way. It shouldn't have.
So yeah, definitely a blast from the past there. Things were real, dude, and we were covering it. So we talked about the end of YouTube. It's kind of apropos now for what's happening here. YouTube Heroes. I don't even remember what YouTube Heroes was, but obviously it led to more censorship. We saw a lot of channels go down. I think YouTube Heroes was like allowing people to mass flag people. I think that's what that might have been. And people definitely got mass flagged and ripped down very quickly. Then we have this the story of Ukraine civil war. This was another one of my friends that the War in Ukraine Truth channel. He made most of these videos, but I compiled it into a documentary form. and re-uploaded it, and thankfully it got 242,000 views, which extended the reach of his presentation, which he lived in Russia. He had family and friends in Crimea and that area, so I think his perspective was definitely relevant and was fairly unbiased, but you can never be 100% unbiased. But it was definitely another perspective to look at. Then I re-edited that video again and re-uploaded it a couple of months ago when I noticed that Ukraine had became the center of attention again. Then we had the MH17 thing, which is just commonly accepted now that Russia shot it down. But I don't think people realize that none of the evidence proved that Russia shot it down. It's just like, nope, it's clear case. You can go, watch. If I go right now and I type in MH17, what is it going to say? Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 was a scheduled passenger flight from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur that was shot down by Russian-controlled forces. It's just accepted. Yeah, like that's the truth. And it's not the truth. If you remember correctly about this, let's actually hop this one off. Don't need that open anymore. Hey, we got 23, 28. I don't know. We got like 20, 30 people watching. What's up, people? Feel free to comment in the chat, ask questions, say hi, anything. I will respond to that. But if you remember, MH17, who was it? Corbett Report, their community on his website, they all compiled together so much evidence that proved that not only was it about Shell in the area and Shell was protecting their assets, that the plane wasn't even full of alive people. When the bodies hit the ground, they were already decomposed. So it was insane. I don't know if Corbett Report still has all of his info up on it, but I'm sure you could go to his website. Let's actually look if his website's still up. The CorbettReport.org. Or it's .com. And if we type in MH17, there is still stuff about it up here. But they had so much evidence in here, and if you want to learn more about it, you can go look this up. But the mainstream just commonly, we are witnessing what we are witnessing is a rewriting of history. The history is being written in lies, provably falsified lies. And I don't know, it's just insane to me. So let's actually look at this one. Let's look at this one. It's worth a look because I think it's relevant considering that Ukraine is still in the topic. Hopefully the stream doesn't go down because we're talking about the unspeakable right now.
No sponsored content, no links to click on. This is just news. And I don't get lost in all the bullshit.
I've never had so many important news stories to cover in one day, so I hope I don't miss something important. If I did, you can leave it in the comments below, and I'll see
I sound so uncomfortable in this one.
if I can get to it at a later date. Now, to start things off, the biggest news story is obviously going to be MH17. Now, according to the Dutch-led investigation, MH17, which was shot down on July 17, 2014, was downed by Russian-backed rebels out of the Donbass areas using the Russian BUK system. This is essentially the exact same conclusion that was reached nearly minutes after the actual event went down. Even before the bodies could have been collected and investigations took place, this was the narrative being played on every single mainstream Western-backed media outlet, including Ukraine. Now, before I get to a rebuttal and start providing evidence against those claims, I just want to go and show this one article because it made me laugh. Putin sets his disinformation trolls on the MH17 investigators. So according to Newsweek, the Kremlin has turned its disinformation machine on those who are investigating the shot-down Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 over Ukraine in July 2014. Accordingly, these are state employees, state-run media, and state-run unacknowledged troll factory of fake internet accounts. Now, I find this funny because when we mention this of the Western propaganda machine, we get called a conspiracy theorist. Isn't that something? Even though there are admitted operations such as Operation Mockingbird and others like it, where the United States hires military personnel to operate accounts to spread propaganda, we're the conspiracy theories. But when you blame the Russians for this, we're the conspiracy theories. I'm sorry, but I'm a little too awake to buy that Newsweek, and I am so sorry to hurt your feelings there.
I'm just going to point out how fucking cocky and condescending I sound in this video. It's just, you know, self-reflecting. But the info is still there. The info is legit, despite my tone.
So contrary to the popular narrative that is being placed around MH17, hundreds of private investigators and investigative journalists alike have got together to investigate the evidence that surrounds this. And with the ample amount of evidence that comes forward, such as motives, the Dutch, which is leading the investigation, has a Royal Dutch Shell oil plant right next to the area in which the plane was shot down, which consequently led to a no-conflict zone in which Western coalition forces moved in to do their unbiased investigations. On top of this, the local militias in eastern Ukraine, which are fighting for their basic rights, unlike the foreign militias in Syria, have everything to lose from going out of their way to shoot down an airliner. The same stands for Russia, which only gained more sanctions, which just so happened to be set for renewal right after this event of the Malaysian Airlines taking place, which consequently swayed the opinion of those voting for this continuation of sanctions, which leads one to believe the only one to gain from this situation is the Ukrainians, the Dutch, and the United States and other Western-backed forces. Now, beyond this speculation, there is plenty of evidence debunking the evidence that was provided by the investigations, which solely concluded of Ukrainian intel and social media posts. The same Ukrainian government that is responsible for 70% of human rights violations in Ukraine. Now, I will be providing you with the links to these investigations, which are very well done. There's one here by Martin John, who does a great job of summarizing the evidence, as well as Storm Clouds Gathering, which also does a great job of summarizing the evidence and the events around this. And to top that all off, the massive private investigation that went on through the Corbett Report and his following community, which provides ample evidence as well. I suggest you to spend the time to at least go over his show notes, which provides all the proof you need. One of the biggest things I noticed was the fact that the Ukrainian government uses and used the BUK anti-aircraft system in and around the conflict area where the plane was shot down. On top of this, the traffic control request to deviate from the normal path and below typical safe elevations, as well as the flight control translator, who continuously said that it was Kiev that shot down the plane over and over. And
yeah, there was the flight control navigator, the guy in the tower in Ukraine was saying, Kiev shot down the plane, Kiev shot down the plane. I mean, why would he say that?
Until his building was taken over by Ukrainian military. Now again, I'm going to be leaving links in the description for all of these videos. They're great. You need to watch them if you want to get a true understanding of what happened. Again, this is by Martin John, Storm Clouds Gathering, and James Corbett of thecorbettreport.com. In other news, Russia deploys more warplanes in Syria to continue.
All right, that was just the part I wanted to touch on, just because of the absurdity of MH17. I really didn't get into depth into that one. I thought I did, but I didn't. It was more like a brief summary of things because of all those videos I was linking to. They really did a good job of that, of explaining what happened there. So we're gonna keep on moving on because we've been live streaming for quite a while now. So I don't know. Some of you are probably getting weary, but this is the final live stream of Tyranny Unmasked as you know it. And we are going to be swapping over the channel later today as we continue to munch through our old content so we can get an idea of what is going to be moved over to BitChute and Odyssey. BitChute already has all my videos from 2018 and up, so there's that. But you know, a lot of this content is pre-2018, and that's what we're going through right now. U.S.-backed rebels are used as children's soldiers. A cure for HIV. That was an interesting one, but I'm gonna keep going. See what else we got here. Actually, it went back another page for some reason. Where are we at now? Okay, there. Syria war is not a civil war. Illegal U.S. sanctions. World Peace Council. That was just a re-upload of the World Peace Council talking about how it was not a civil war, which I think Kevork Almasyan did one of the best videos on that. And as a Syrian, I would trust him, considering his repertoire. We have Assad smashes another Assad video. We're not going to watch those. There's plenty of those. But those might upset people because there's quite a few views on them. But even those are being censored now. I don't see many new views of those. Maybe it's not as relevant as it used to be, but it's hard to tell if something's officially shadow banned or not unless it gives you that pop-up, such as the other video we looked at earlier. Continuing on here. I lost my place. Assad, U.S. hypocrisy in Syria as they plan more attacks. 155 dead in Yemen. Oh yeah, the wedding thing, that was fucked up and insane. Hillary Clinton calls for war with Russia. This is where they were gearing the masses of people into voting for Trump because of the insanity of the Clintons. They just re-geared everyone's outrage into that, and it turns out as everyone could see more or less that, you know, Trump was also just another puppet, establishment puppet. Vanessa Bailey, for some reason that video got removed, probably because of white helmets. Oh no, Ron Paul took this one down. Let me see if it says it, if it tells me who took it down. It doesn't say here, but it tells me in my email when something gets taken down who took it down, and it was Ron Paul himself. Hillary, let me see if anyone's comment still here, and we will be watching until the end. Awesome, bro. Appreciate it. Pretty sure that the MH17 passengers were not killed, but actors that got away, like the Korean plane. I'm not entirely sure on that, but the fact that the bodies were already decomposed the same day that they were found on the ground and in people's houses when it fell from the sky when it was shot down. It is interesting that, like, how does that happen? You know, how does a body decompose just instantly? That sounds impossible to me. U.S. politics and mind control. That's another Corbett report re-upload. Proof Hillary's rigging the election and other world. Yeah, everyone, like, elections are a joke. Assad slams Western journalism. Russian and Syrian progress. That was some more South Front stuff. Cyber psyop. Turkey kills 200 Kurds. And Hillary lied about hacks. Yeah. Oh, I'm not watching this one again. This one's cringe. This one is cringe. I can't wait to remove this one. Will Trump save America? Although the prospect was tantalizing at the time, it was definitely not true at all. Trump was not a savior in the least bit. And although I laid that out in the that was laid out in the video, the Snordster was in cooperation with that one. It wasn't at all what was laid out in that video. It was totally just hogwash. Turkish soul. Oh yeah, this one got removed because it was had some graphic content, but I got a lot of backlash for this one because I was upset with the way that the Turkish soldiers carried out this execution of the PKK just in cold blood. And yeah, the Turks were not happy about that. They were like, fuck you. And I made a video response to that one. And that also got some hate as well. I'm not going to replay that one. We have Steve Pachesnik. I forget his name. Oh, that dude was most certainly working for the government. That dude was certainly working. This one I see used in a lot of videos now. But we covered it the week it happened.
This is big right here. What we have here is
this was caught on film, completely staged bombing where no one actually died. And this one was in Iraq. And the media actually took those stories and said, woe is me, all the people that died to this. And everyone just, if you remember it, just runs up after the explosion.
It must
and
have
just crumbles
hurt
on
him
the
and
ground.
it just now kicked in, huh? Yeah. Everybody's running in here, laying
trying
down.
to find a place.
Laying down. Oh, they have the ambulance is right.
Yeah, that was the easy one to pick apart. But it was just another example of all the media manipulation that was going down. There was no moral boundaries. They could pretend to do this or that. Clinton Foundation caught breaking the law. That was one. Syria terrorism. This was I think this was with, what's its name? My Pirate Radio. And I did an entire interview. It's an hour long, so obviously I'm not going to play that now. Why the FBI conclusion on Hillary is BS. Donald J. Trump wins U.S. election. What now? That's where I label. No, the next one is. That was just like a video on the actual election. But this one was interesting. 20 minutes. So I'm not going to play that. But someone's calling me. Trump, I laid out all his 10 promises and to see if he would actually live up to his promises. And from the get-go, those started to crumble. It was pretty obvious that he was not actually an actual person that was trying to make real change. He was just playing the game like all the other were playing the game. We have whitehouse.gov blocking petition to pardon Julian Assange and other whistleblowers. Trump forces U.S. policy change in Syria. Assad versus Western logic, another Assad one. We had another video covering the National Guard setting fires to those, the pipelines. The DAPL incident. How many last hospitals? This was an interesting one, but this was South Front. But they were covering... Actually, I'm just going to play it. Because I didn't make this one, but it is an interesting video. How many last hospitals? The media kept saying, oh, the last hospital got destroyed by the evil government. How many times? 8 times so far. 9 times. 10 times. 11. There's more last hospitals than hospitals that existed in Aleppo. And the irony in that is that these hospitals were occupied by the militants. That's where they were holding up in. They were holding up in these areas specifically as a shield. And they were also doing this in civilian areas. They were not only using civilians as a shield, stealing their humanitarian aid and hogging it all, they were also taking people and putting them in cages and parading them on the streets to try and prevent Russia and Syria from taking out their positions. It was the dirtiest of the dirtiest tactics you could use in war. Very, very low stuff, and all supported and backed by the U.S. coalition. So just a dark part in our history that was documented through this channel and many others that was suppressed heavily because the truth was, yeah, it shakes things up. Thank you for 1 year. So all that was just 1 year. That was just 2015, 2016. I guess it was one of our golden years. A lot happened in 1 year. So that's why I'm trying to prick up the pace here. We had this video of the Syrian army liberating those civilians, a lot of the civilians from those US-backed militants. We had another long video breaking down how broken and corrupt and how twisted the US airstrikes killing 62 Syrian soldiers in Deir ez-Zor was. I'm not going to play that full 34-minute video, but that's another one worth saving. Erdogan threatens Assad and Russia fires back. Fake white helmets propaganda. If you guys remember this, old Comet Ping Pong. Definitely can't play this video, huh? But that one was thoroughly psyopy. I will say that. Thoroughly. And at the time, it was very transparent that, you know, at the very least, the dude was coaxed into what had happened there. Victory in Aleppo. This was an awesome time because we were like actually seeing all of these civilians that were being terrorized and killed off for several years being liberated. So that was a very emotional moment. This popular video with Eva Bartlett that we shared ended up getting 500,000 views. I think it ended up getting more videos than the actual original video, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure, but you know, adding to the what am I trying to say? Adding to its oh shit. That's an Amber Alert actually going off right now, right at 5:04. When I was in Dallas recently, I was in Dallas with my brother, and I got, what was it, maybe 20 Amber Alerts while I was in Dallas, which is crazy. Just constantly keeping everyone on edge with those jarring Amber Alerts. Russian hacker conspiracy debunked. This guy was absolutely fucking nuts. I forget his name. Like something... James Woolsey, I think is his name. I'm not going to play this whole video. I just want to see what his name was.
So what's next? Tonight we're asking what's next for the effort to delegitimize the presidential election. Members who signed that. So one of the complaints in this letter, which is pretty interesting, is that WikiLeaks. See that?
What was his name? Not Tucker Carlson, but
we shouldn't condone it in any way. Now, are you saying that that
Adam Chef, was that his name? I don't know, but I have another video on that one, which was kind of funny, and I'll play that one just for goof's sake, I guess. Let's see here. Assad, and there's just another Assad video. Then there was a funny video that I made about Russian hacking.
Well, currently I'm collecting all this information to debunk all the propaganda coming from and around Aleppo, and hopefully I'm going to get this video out to you tomorrow or as soon as possible. But before that, I wanted to take some time for the accusations of Russia interfering in our elections by hacking and other manipulations. So I took the liberty to go around searching all the sources, and I put together a list of all the proofs the US government and intelligence agencies have provided for us to show that Russia is hacking our democracy. So after taking a good look at the proofs that's been provided, I will let you make your decision on the validity of these accusations.
I know it's a joke, but at the time, they weren't even providing evidence. They were just making the claim, and they were touting the claim, and had no need, because of their position and the absolute power that the mainstream media had, and still to some degree has. I think people finally are starting to get the gist on mainstream does not actually mean a source of truth anymore. But they weren't providing any evidence. There was millions of articles, and little to if none even attempted to offer evidence. They would just say, according to the CIA, according to the FBI, but where was the evidence? Like, we were very well aware that those people would lie all the time. Now, this was a decent video. The Nazis take Aleppo. It was just breaking down the insane propaganda during the liberation of Aleppo by the Syrian government, and how they were trying to paint them as the Gestapo, and using all kinds of crazy narratives that they never offered any source of proof for. Then we had U.S. rebels using these blowing up these green buses and setting them on fire. And these buses were taking them out of the area. Civilians of the families and whatnot associated with these terrorists, as I labeled there, but being proud of it and just murdering people blatantly. And then we had them setting up children, getting them to come get snacks out of their vehicle, and then when they got close, exploding the VBID, killing dozens of children, women and children. So we just had all kinds of fucked up situations going on during that. All people that we were funding. I say we, but the U.S. government. I'm not associated with that at all. We had a pretty strong video breaking down the assassination of the Russian ambassador, which was important because we were talking, me and Stephen Haven at the time, we were talking about and conceptualizing that there was a likelihood that Russian ambassadors would be targeted during this time, and sure enough, right after that, they started going down. So it was an important thing to actually cover. I don't know if anyone wants to watch that one, but if you want to watch that video before it's privated and moved to another platform, just let me know. What's up, Dead Right? You're from Texas too? That's what's up, man. It's one of the last places where you can be semi-free. Born and raised, by the way, but I've lived all over the United States and visited other countries as well, so I have expanded my horizons. This video was very this video right here. That video brought tears to my eyes making it. It was a very emotional video because my emotions were tied up with the people of Syria. I actually gave a fuck. I wanted to see the story end in a positive light for those people because of our government doing what they were doing to this country. And to see something positive out of all the negative news that I was constantly covering was actually somewhat of a relief. And I think a lot of people appreciated that as well. I don't know if I'm going to play it right now, but this is a very special video to me. So that one will also be privated as well, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but I think YouTube won't allow this one as well when I reapply for monetization, which again is the attempt to be placed back into the algorithm of YouTube so that we can grow the channel again. We can begin to bring up discussions again with new people. Those people are stuck in the middle and can't do anything about it. Exactly. So it was definitely something that was playing on the heartstrings. Then we had the whole WikiLeaks scandal where we broke down how Assange was most definitely not the bastion of truth that we were dealing with, and how he was working with the banks and Bear, and how there was many ties to different organizations. I'm being careful with my words. Especially you can see that there's some pizza in this thumbnail, so you know where that leads, and how Assange was used as an asset, a political asset to bash one side or the other, rather than him just being this bastion of truth. It was weaponized truths, and there was a lot of overlooked things that he never touched. He never even bothered touching. So I was just clarifying that at the time, because he was being heralded as, you know, the second coming of Jesus Christ by the alternative media. Russia just trolled Obama. I think that was something to do with the U.S. Embassy in the United States. We had one of the few rare UFO videos where the Chilean government, I just want to stare at that for a second, where the Chilean government released these videos of...
I know this is not a topic we circle in.
Let's
actually know what this is, or what it is not. And what it is not comprises a long list of conventional Santiago. On board were the pilot and Navy captain with many years of flying experience. And
so for those of you that don't know, before Tyranny Unmasked, I used to run a UFO channel, and politics reeled me in. I ran a UFO channel specifically because I had witnessed impossible crafts myself. And I had witnessed from 2006 up until 2015, maybe half a dozen UFOs, some of which I filmed. And yeah, that interest was definitely prevalent at the time. Not saying what they are, but, you know, I can't deny what I had seen with my own two eyes. Mary, the channel is going to be changed. The name is going to be changed here shortly after we wrap up going through these old videos. Videos are going to be made private, and I'm going to reapply for monetization. So the channel is not going to be Tyranny Unmasked anymore. I will make another video about that after the live stream. And yeah, so the channel will be here, barring some weird YouTube take it down incident. But again, we are trying to reutilize the channel into something that is useful and relevant now, because right now with all of this content on there, YouTube won't even dare allow this to be spread or to pop up in a suggested video feed, which is where all of the views come from. That's where people find it. Even if you're subscribed, it is rare that people will see the video. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, the channel will be here. It's just not going to be under the title of Tyranny Unmasked again. So if once this video is up, you can rewatch the beginning of the video if you're interested. I talked more about that. But yeah, interesting stuff with UFOs. We had the Fort Lauderdale shooting stuff. All of that got privated because it was a fucking mess. I learned some valuable lessons covering that one. Some very valuable lessons about being too hasty on covering the narrative. And some of them I privated myself. Trump just hired war criminal. Yeah, that was a big shocker that Trump brought in the guy, one of the main culprits of 9/11 into his cabinet. If that didn't explain where his loyalties lie, then I don't know what did. It was pretty clear and cut. We had 20th sabotage. This was talking about potential sabotage of the inauguration. During that transition from Obama to Trump, there was all kinds of things being touted, and really, honestly, in retrospect, it was just all political showing. It was just trying to keep that division of left and right going. That's just my opinion on that. Turkey, Russia, and Syria to take al-Bab together. Gonna skip that one. That's just more Syrian war information. We had this documentary compiled about Wahhabism and where that came from and how it had ties to Zionism. So that was an interesting documentary. That one will probably be on BitChute as well. Trump to deploy safe zones, which was a slap to the face because these safe zones were one of the main narratives. No, I'm not actually on Rumble right now. I think we're going to be on Odyssey. On Odyssey because it will automatically, if I use this tool right here, it will re-upload all these videos to an Odyssey channel. So on Odyssey, I think I'm going to leave the name as Tyranny Unmasked, just so for people that want to go back and look up, they can still find that name. Even though if you look up Tyranny Unmasked on Google, you're just going to find the book that was written in the 1800s. So it's something. We have Trump kisses Israel's ass and a new Muslim ban. This was again talking about the plan that they were trying to move the embassy from Jerusalem, moving the embassy to Jerusalem to spark, a third. I forget the name, dude. It's been so long since I've covered this topic, but they were trying to rile up the Palestinians, trying to get them to have a color revolution, just to give them another excuse to murk and get rid of them out of the area, to say, look how crazy they are. But they were pushing on their own religious areas, intentionally poking and prodding the Palestinians. Have you seen the new document on CHD? It's called Never Again is Now Global. It parallels the present day agenda with WW2. No, but if it covered what I was intending to cover with the second part of my Sabbatean document, then it would be interesting to see, and I'm glad that they're now covering it, because I didn't want to be the one that forerunned that narrative, because that's such a sticky narrative. Again, World War II is an area that is very hard to touch, and you will get silenced. At least that's the way it was in the past. Hopefully we can continue to grow, and eventually we can come back to some of these things and look at them with more non-biased perspectives and say, oh wow, look how crazy it was for these groups of people to curtail the narrative and lie about all of these things. Hopefully one day that'll be a reality for us to live in. But still, as to this day, it is very touchy and hard touch these historical events and to get a non-biased perspective about them. We had Dragon Ball Zionism, which was a reenactment of an argument that went down that I thought was hilarious at the time. It's kind of goofy now, but at the time it was funny. More interviews. Trump's going to war for Israel. That was showing the insanity of the war-minded Christian mainstream narrative. And I know earlier you guys were talking about how Adam Green is bashing, but that's not what I'm doing, talking about that. I was talking about how, say, the CBNs of the world, the Christian Broadcast Network, that type of people, or Trinity Broadcasting, TBN, Trinity Broadcasting Network, how they were just not only just pro-Israel, which is fine if they want to be pro-Israel, that's cool, but they were pro-war and pro-violence and promoting that and taunting it, and it was allowed. Whereas the second that we gave our opinion on it from a peaceful, just objective point of view, it was being silenced. So that was just pointing out how crazy that side of things were being, and how they were rallying behind Trump being this crusader, as you can see in the imagery. U.S. plans war with Iran. Thankfully, that never happened yet. But there was a whole lot of evidence leading towards the fact that Israel was trying to get the U.S. to be in a war with Iran. If you could tell, I'm starting to lose steam. So I'm going to try to run through this as quick as possible so I can go ahead and change the name of the channel, and so you guys can see it, because I know if I'm getting tired, you guys are probably getting tired as well. YouTube sucks. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong, dead right. You're definitely not wrong. YouTube sucks in a lot of ways. It is the monopoly of information sharing peer to peer. Still is. Continuing on. I'm going to take a drink here. What other videos do we want to look at before we private them? We have a lot of videos. A lot of it, like this one, was debunking all the crazy narratives around the Syrian government hanging their own people and doing these military trial assassinations. They try to paint them like the Nazis. We did a clear debunking of that, of Amnesty International, which the name would imply something, but their actions implied another thing. We covered ISIS destroying Palmyra and all those historical monuments, which is a shame, and how the U.S. just turned a blind eye to all this, just blatantly destroying history. And you can see where we definitely turned on the fire under Trump's ass during this part. Google, that says it all. Yeah, Google. Yeah. I mean, it is the monopoly beast, the one organism that is the internet, Google. Russian ambassador to the UN dead. Yeah, we continue to cover that. Israeli imperialism. So is there anything in here? Now we're moving into 2017. Why did WikiLeaks release CIA Vault 7? A lot of this stuff is interesting, but I don't know if it's worth our time to look at right now. Like I said, I'm actually getting tired. I need to get up and stretch. How long have we been going? Average duration is 15 minutes. It doesn't tell me how long I've been going. Stream health? No. Stream settings? Nope. 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 But again, I'm going to post a link to our BitChute here. And I'm going to put it in the stream. So anyone watching that wants to keep up with any of these older... here it is. Sorry. I got so many tabs open now. if you want to log on to that, I'm going to make a video later about the Odyssey channel. Again, we're just trying to document all of these videos, because all of these videos are basic a history. It is the history from the perspective of someone that attempted to remain non-biased. 3 hours? Okay, yeah, that's why I'm getting a little bit less talkative now. So I'm going to skip ahead here to some of the most important things. We had the Brendan O'Connell saga, where he like was all nice, and we pre-interviewed him, and he absolutely went insane. We still allowed him because we made up. He apologized and said he's just on edge because he's being targeted, and you know that ended up blowing up in our face, and I had to re-expose him because he was touting this narrative and was not backing it up. Keep going here. The TSA incident. This one was interesting. I'm going to play this real quick.
Alright guys, so we got an issue here. So about a month and a week ago, I said that I was going to do some traveling to see family. And when I was traveling to see family, I took a plane. That was a round-trip ticket. A family member paid for it for me. Thank you for doing that. It was a blessing for me to be able to do that, because I can't afford that on my salary or what I do. So it was a round-trip ticket. The first time I went through, it went off without a hitch. I didn't get stopped at any checkpoints by the TSA, and everything went pretty smoothly. I mean, as smoothly as that transition can go with the way the terror state this has become since 9/11. I mean, you know what I'm getting at. But anyway, on the way back, this is where I ran into some issues. So on the way back, again, this is round trip, going back from Texas to Virginia. It was Virginia to Texas, and the very first airport that I stopped at to get on the plane, I got inspected by the TSA. Weird, but not that out of the ordinary, you know. So that kept happening. Every airport. I had 4 separate planes I had conjoined flights to get to Virginia. I had to stop at different airports at 4 different ones. Every single one I got inspected. So that was really weird. Another thing I thought was really weird is when I was stopped at an airport in Ohio, I saw one of the workers carrying my computer box and my personal clothing items, both of which I had checked in with luggage, so I wouldn't have to carry them around for 16 and a half hours, which would have been very inconvenient, which I'm kind of regretting now. But what had happened is, at some point during that time, I'm assuming when I saw one of the workers with my stuff, the TSA inspected my bags. But it wasn't just that time, it was all 4 times, because once I called them, they said that I had been flagged for some reason or another. God forbid what that reason could be. And they inspected me and my stuff at all 4 airports, apparently. And that one time, I just so happened to see them getting my stuff. And when they did that, not only did they go through all my personal items, my clothing and everything there, and left these lovely little notes here saying that it's for our safety and other passengers' safety, I'm sure it is. They also inspected my computer, which is in a different computer box. It's not the same computer because it's a personally built computer. But I'll show you that in just a second. So as you can see here, it was clearly retaped over with TSA inspection tape. You can see that very clearly. Yeah, Transportation Security Administration inspected it. And upon opening it up, I found that my computer, which is right over here, if we can get a good look at it, the first thing that I noticed is that the box, I heard stuff shuffling around and shaking, and it didn't sound too good. It didn't sound very well at all. And what was shaking was my CPU. And if you don't know what a CPU is...
They had stuffed the processor just into the case, into a crack in the case. They're just like, oh, let's put this back in there. and they had ripped everything out and unhinged everything to try and make sure there's not bombs under the fucking processor.
That is essentially the most important part of a computer. It's what runs everything. It's the brain of your computer. And if you haven't noticed that already, my CPU was lost.
And what I was describing is that when I went through security the first time, I took this computer to Virginia from Texas, and it was never inspected. Like, it just went through like normal. But on the way back, and I was covering very sensitive topics, so my mind was thinking, oh shit, you know? At every stop, the TSA was checking out this computer and being very intrusive, and ended up destroying my computer.
Lodged in between these two metal plates, which is nearly impossible for it to get there by itself in shipping process. So at some point it was placed there. And I also noticed several screws were missing out of my computer on the motherboard, and all 4 clips on my heatsink for my Intel processor. All 4 of them were broken, and 2 of them were missing. I found one of them, the other one I still haven't found. And it was completely dangling just like this. I've since put it back together to see if it worked, and it does not work. Another thing to notice is, you probably can't see it very well, but in the bottom right corner of that little square, that's where the CPU goes. It is that little sparkling there. That's a dent on the little prongs that go into the CPU to make connection with the actual processor. So when that's bent, it doesn't make connection and it doesn't work. So that's another thing that ruins the entire motherboard. That's another couple $100. And a fun fact is that this thing doesn't just come open by itself or being shooken around. It has to be manually undone. As you can see, there's screws, and there's also another lever that gets pulled down and stuck underneath a latch there that just doesn't pop open very easily. It's very suspicious. And there were several other screws and several other cords that were undone and put back in a disorderly fashion, as you can probably tell. And yeah, the computer does not work. I've been spending the last...
Oh yeah. We were definitely being messed with. It was something you had to watch out for when you were speaking the truth. And some of you sent us money. They sent us money, and it helped in the process of building a new computer, which was much appreciated. That computer also got taken down, though. The second one that we built got taken down. It was a much nicer computer, but it got fucked up too, and it got completely wrecked by viruses. And you know, like I said earlier in the stream, the people that hacked the computer left traces behind and left funny. They were leaving Brendan O'Connell stuff on my screen, stuff related to Brendan O'Connell, which was interesting. Like, were they trying to frame? Because I don't believe that it was Brendan O'Connell. Were they trying to frame Brendan O'Connell? I don't know. It was an interesting time. Yeah, they destroyed it. If it was just by pure negligence, or if it was some kind of like, hey, this guy's weird, you need to fuck with this shit. Either way, they destroyed my computer. I can't prove it either way though. But yeah, it was an interesting time. We raised the Kickstarter project for the Fake Alternative Media documentary, and so that documentary will be on BitChute and Odyssey as well. So continuing on, we had the video about the Taliban. Did Russia arm the Taliban? Obviously, that was a hilarious thing because the U.S. armed the Taliban. So it was like, why are you even trying to point this out? And they were, in the video itself, they were carrying FN made weapons, which is one of the main distributors of U.S. weaponry. So it was kind of funny. And we covered how the United States and the proxies in Europe were funneling hundreds of thousands of Kalashnikovs and RPGs and other weapons out of Ukraine and Bulgaria. What is that country? It might have been Bulgaria, but it was one of those former Soviet countries that were funneling these old Soviet weapons into Syria and in Iraq and in other places, and so we were covering that as well. U.S. ends its support for moderate rebels. What now? It was hilarious that they finally changed that up. The words of weapons one, I rewatched that last night because I had forgotten about this video, and I had gotten a lot of flack for the words of weapons, but it was demonstrating how these events in the media are used, especially when they're taken to the highest courts. They're used for case law, because I actually did for a year, not enough to actually be proficient in it, but a year when I was in school, took case law. And in case law, you just use other court cases as reasons to justify your rulings in court. So I'm thinking that's all it takes. All it takes is enough court cases to go a certain way in a certain area for that in itself to be abused. It's like, just like with COVID-19, they were using COVID case law to force people to take vaccinations, because in the past there was court cases where they ruled that the people had to take vaccinations, which is a complete adherent abuse of human rights, to force someone to inject a foreign body into their self, a foreign element into their self. That is completely abusive, no matter how you look at it. So that was just, another thing that we were covering there. We covered Trump's outrageous behavior with North Korea, and then how he was looked at as this savior and peacemaker in North Korea, as if that had anything to do with reality. Evidence violates community guidelines, says Zion Donnie's Muslim ban didn't even include the most. Yeah, I remember that. It didn't include any of the countries that harbored the most known violent and U.S. recognized terrorist, which is completely baffling if you didn't understand the way that the politics were, and probably very well still are, being carried out. We shared a lot of Bashar al-Jafari's work, because he was the ambassador for Syria, and he was being transparent and honest about the way that the UN was treating Syria and other countries, and how their voice was not even recognized. It's basically the US and a handful of other people even have any say-so at all in the UN, if their say-so even means anything. This was a video about progress on the documentary. Then there was a teaser for the documentary, a video about the Civil War. Oh, that's still public. What? Uh-oh. Don't tell them. Don't tell them that one's still public. Wouldn't want an objective point of view about the Civil War to get out there. Yeah, this documentary, this bad boy, was one of our best pieces. And this is a snapshot of the state of alternative media back in 2017, or from 2014 and up to 2017. There's a lot of information, and I was essentially breaking down my process and how I approached all of these different media outlets and how I digested that content. And the idea was to give you a methodology to navigate it yourself, so you didn't have to rely on me, because I was well aware that at any moment the channel could be taken down, and I wouldn't want to just be a crutch like for you to have to rely on me. The whole point was to inspire and to give you a reason to trust your gut and to trust your heart rather than trusting a source, some other source outside of yourself. Learning to use your own cognitive and natural abilities to digest content. But that documentary itself is worth a watch, still to this day. This video got taken down, obviously. It was Ken O'Keefe. Ken O'Keefe was one of our supporters, actually. He was supporting us on Patreon. We had Irma, proof of climate change. I don't remember exactly what I talked about, but I was being an alternative voice to just the blatant climate change narrative that was being touted. And then we have the Johnny Gatt mirror of his 9/11 documentaries. Again, another video that's going to be moved over to BitChute and Odyssey once that channel is created. Mary says, Alex was pretty much all the truth we had back then. Yeah, really. You have to keep things in context because it's easy to look at Alex Jones now and to pick apart all his inconsistencies and narrative pushing that he did over the... You hear my voice cracking now. But at the time, for most people, and myself included, say like back in 2010, 11, 12, was the only voice counter to the mainstream narrative. It was the Diet Coke to Coke. And it still did have the same effect of shaking up enough people to make them question the mainstream narrative. Still, you have to be cautious with everyone and use your own heart as a guide. So, plenty of videos here. Most of these are going to be uploaded to Odyssey. Again, Odyssey, BitChute, Odyssey and BitChute. Those links are going to be there. Video of the Odyssey channel, once that's up, is going to be up as well. We had the hurricane survivor. This is a crazy one because this one's personal. This one was close to home. I had witnessed this myself in Texas, and some of you said that you're in Texas as well, so you might remember this.
So here's an interesting story out of my own backyard here in Texas, where we have this article saying that this Texas town offers hurricane relief if your politics are right. So obviously that sparks my interest, being that I have a lot of friends and family affected by this hurricane that came through and flooded a lot of the coastal cities on the Gulf of Mexico. Now this town, Dickinson, is just outside of Houston, which was the worst affected area when it came to the hurricane. And I've been there before and I know what it's about. But when it comes to these hurricane relief funds that go to the people that are affected by it, it comes directly from the taxpayers' money. It comes from the government, which I have a lot of beef and bones to pick with that. But with the current status that it's in now, it's still taxpayers' money. It's money that people like me and you put into that system and expect at least something back from it. So this town is divvying up that relief. And on the form that you have to fill out to receive said relief, I kid you not, it asks for a pledge to Israel. Crazy, right? Israel, something that has nothing to do with our state, has nothing to do with our country, but for some reason it regards pledging allegiance to Israel as a mandatory step before you can receive that government relief, which again was something they were paying into to begin with. It's not Israel's money. I know Israel may think it's their money, but it technically isn't. So let's actually go down to the website and look at this for a second. So as you can see here, here's the form on the city's website labeled Hurricane Harvey Relief Grants. And if we actually go and we click on this relief here, we'll have all the stipulations and things you have to check off on and sign in this legal document before you can receive said funds. So if we scroll down here and take a look at some of these stipulations, and we look at number 11 here, which again is a mandatory stipulation to receive this grant from the government if you live in this particular town. It says, verification not to boycott Israel. By executing this agreement below, the applicant verifies that the applicant, 1, does not boycott Israel, and 2, will not boycott Israel during the term of this agreement. Now, for those of you like me, first of all, we know the atrocities that are taken out in the name of Israel. We know the atrocities that are happening inside Israel with Palestine and the Palestinians, and we know how there's nothing really being done about it. So for me, boycotting Israel is a daily part of my life. And I live in Texas, and if something happened in my town, this same kind of agreement could show up again. And I know damn well I would never sign an agreement where I have to pledge an allegiance to Israel. And that's what the Constitution is about.
I'm gonna pause for 1 second, by the way. Mary, just one thing. There is a quote from the Kabbalion called that says, "All truths are but half truth. All paradoxes can be reconciled." So we have, even though there are blatant lies out there and clear manipulation out there, we have to realize, even for myself, there is a room for grace. And I'm not trying to say listen to Alex Jones as like your main source of truth, but I'm saying that there has to be this grace that we have towards everyone, knowing that no one can truly be perfect. We just have to recognize at the heart of what someone is saying, are they trying to be genuine as possible? Are they trying to be objective? Are they being pushed along by something such as, like, say, just greed or delusion? Is that what's driving their perspective or what they're sharing with you? Or are they genuinely caring about what they're saying and putting the time to be conscious with it and to share something truthful from their heart? So it can be a slippery slope to say like this or that, but honestly, like, nobody is perfect. Reading what evidence says. I liked some docs he did, but he lost me after only a few live show episodes. He consistently interrupted guests. Yeah, you see, like with Alex Jones, he just became really unhinged. He saw so much truth that he lost it, you know. And I think he did have a coke addiction. I think there's enough evidence out there. So he really, now he's just a meme. He's a funny meme. But the cool thing about that is that the younger generation, as they come in and they see these funny Alex Jones memes, they still do dig into some of the things that Alex Jones says, and it opens them up to a new world of things, even still. And it's really our job to come in and to provide a more digestible way of looking at what he's talking about, because he is talking about legitimate truths a lot of the time, but with the sensationalism behind it, it can often discredit him in his own sayings. The way that he presents his information, and itself can often discredit himself. But yeah, Alex Jones, a fucking goat in his own right.
That's what the freedom of expression and the freedom of speech is all about. That no matter what your political beliefs are or your personal beliefs are, if you're a part of this government system, you should receive the same stipulations no matter what your viewpoints are. You shouldn't have to go and say, okay, I'm going to not boycott Israel, which has nothing to do with the United States, or at least shouldn't have anything to do with the United States, before I can receive appropriate funding. But nevertheless, we know why things like this happen, and we know that Zionism is strong in the United States, and unless people like us put our foot down and point this kind of stuff out, it will continue to happen over and over, and it will continue to accumulate without any repercussions. That's going to be all for now. Just another reminder that, yes, we are still working on our project, and as I stated in the last video, we are unfortunately not going to be able to finish it in October because of the setbacks with the...
Okay, that video is done and dead. My thoughts on the New York terror attack. You guys remember Boston bombing? Ooh, that's one you can't talk about. Saudi Arabia moves towards Zionist war with Iran. This is when they were making a proxy alliance, I believe, with different Arabic nations, and we were concerned that this could be used as yet another war in the Middle East, following up Wesley Clark's predictions of Iran, or his statements that he had seen from the State Department himself. We had video about the unspeakables. The unspeakables, that one got removed. It was basically showing how they're going around and rounding up every German that was in their late 90s, early hundreds, and just trying to find a straw man to attack to keep that narrative going. The ends, N-A-Z-I, you know what? Israel is preparing for war with Hezbollah. All of these videos. There's so many videos, I can't possibly cover them all. There's so much content here. I wonder actually how long it's going to take Library to re-upload all these videos and content. It's going to be interesting to find out how the government controls social media. This was a video I shared, and they were breaking down how Facebook itself was from the get-go a government op, just a way to collect information on people and to keep tabs on everyone and keep them in echo chambers, and how Zuckerberg himself was just like a front man. I don't know how true that is now, but it was interesting information. U.S. and yeah, this was the embassy being moved to Jerusalem, obviously intended to incite by some kind of color revolution type scenario in Palestine. And then we had the Iran protest. We had Blackstone Media was covering a lot of that. I took a lot of info from him. He shared a lot of sources. Not agree. I never really truly just like listened to everything he said like it was gold, but he was a very informative individual that shared a lot of good info. Nonetheless, we had U.S., Israeli, Saudi. Yeah, that was continued. Then we're working our way up to 2018 here, which is where the rest of these videos are all going to be on BitChute already. But yeah, we're just going to wrap things up here, and we're going to get and here's another video on the magnetic flip that was happening. Be prepared, magnetic flip. And the Sabbatean documentary. This bad boy took me a while to put together. And the reason why it took me a long time to put together is because it took so long to find all the source information to verify that I was talking about the truth. I wanted to be as transparent and truthful and not non-biased as possible when approaching this subject about, the origins of what we could call today Zionism. It was Sabbateanism, and it was like an offshoot of Kabbalism, where they took that information and said, hey, I guess if we just do the most wicked and vile things we can possibly allow and find, and we just let our heart go wild and in discontent, then we will bring about the return of the Messiah. And that ideology spread pretty rampantly and was found in a lot of the circles of, the highest circles of government all around the world. So that's an interesting documentary that will likely have to be removed because I don't see them allowing it, but we will find out. Again, that video will be on BitChute and all the other places. I probably said that like 20 times now. YouTube is okay. Here we go. We are being targeted, shut down. This video is interesting. I'm gonna play it real quick.
If you haven't noticed already, our channel was taken down for 2 weeks. No, the channel wasn't fully taken down.
No, that's not the right one. That's just another one. That's another time that we were taken down temporarily. This is the video I wanted to play. It's short and sweet and captures everything. The scrolls look like tapeworms. That's when we were moving everything over to Contrue because we were trying to combat, you know, the happening that we looked at earlier in the stream. That since then, since this video, this is about the time when it really cracked down. This is when things really started to crack down, and YouTube essentially just shadow banned the whole channel and said, no more of that. You are not going to hit our algorithm. Sorry, sir. That is just too controversial for us. And honestly, that is right about the time the very next video, gas attack false flag to be carried out by U.S. militants. The very next video. So they did the crackdown literally a week before this. And this video predicted, using evidence and, you know, obviously sources and our reasoning why, that there was going to be another gas attack. I proposed myself that it was going to be near Antonov, which was a place that the U.S. was holding in the south of Syria, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But, or maybe Duma, or is Duma where it ended up happening? But anyway, right after this video we posted, I'm not going to play the whole video. 2 videos later, in April 8th, which was literally a week down the road, sure enough, a false flag gas attack was carried out in cooperation with U.S.-backed militants. And it's very similar to the first one in 2012 and 2013, I believe, where they brought out the OPCW and the UN, a UN led with, what's her name? I forget her name. But she came out and said it was the opposition. It was officials that you know, like they normally tout and point to and say, hey, look, this is the truth, even though they're highly compromised. And they were saying, oh, it's the opposition. Like, wow, even your normal sources are saying that it was. And yet the mainstream narrative were saying that it was the government gassing their own people again. Woo, crazy narrative that never actually happened. It was completely false. And yeah, since then our channel has been, they're like, no. They are definitely dialing into our narrative here and our agendas, and we're going to keep them quiet. So since then, they have given us the slip. And everything since then has been diminishing returns, if you understand what that means. Everything was viewed by less and less organic traffic, and it was the links I had to do to even get these videos seen at all. I was having to take them to all different media outlets and just sharing them, and then it brought people back to Tyranny Unmasked on YouTube, and then they found this wealth of information we had been covering since 2015, and they're like, holy shit, this thing is not as what the media is telling us. And so many people were telling me that and thanking me for the work, and it was definitely appreciated, because it was not an easy road. It was a bumpy road, and we lost a lot of good people in that journey. A lot of people suffered for sharing the truth. And we don't want to stop sharing the truth no matter how much we get suppressed. But that doesn't mean we can't evolve the way that we present ourselves. We can't evolve the way we share our ideas and information. And with putting all of these videos on different sites, we now have a source that we can, if people are curious, we can send them to it and they can see it. And we can use this platform as just a more mutual place to cover ideas and topics that are interesting to different people. We can look at history, and we can look at how history is still a very hidden thing, ancient history more so, because more recent history becomes too sensitive for people to touch. Yeah, I remember Jeff C. They talked. We were talking about him in the chat earlier, and they said in 2020 he actually passed away. I don't know. I don't know anything about it outside of that, but it's definitely unfortunate because I remember he was a friend of mine. He was a really good-hearted guy. He just wanted the truth out there. Yeah, you can argue that he was a little bit sensational, just like I used to be a little sensational, but um, we're always improving. But he's like I said, he's an unfortunate loss there, a casualty of war, and we're moving away from this war culture, um, because as much as war is a real part of reality, uh, the only way to shift into something different is to allow this, is to not to hold on to it. We can look at it, we can see it, we can use it as an example to move away from. But if we continue to keep the war in our mind, then our mind stays a battleground, a constant conflict of different things. He played great music. Yeah, I love people that were musically in tune. Like they always had a good presentation. I know a lot of people considered adding music to things as a discrediting thing, but you know, it's hard not to have a personality. I mean, everyone has a personality and they want to express that in some way, form, or fashion, because it really was like a war. We were fighting the mainstream media. We were constantly countering their narratives with the closest truth that we could. But if you continue to do that forever, then you will just be the shadow of the mainstream narrative, where they talk about something and then you piggyback off of that and you just are still sitting in their shadow. And eventually we turn the table and then we become the ones that are now at the top sharing the information, and with that comes a burden of responsibility, and therefore, you know, what you share is what is digested by people. What you say, what the words you spout out of your mouth, the information you share is what people see and digest, because we have a very short attention span cultural society right now. We have it to this point to where TikTok is these 1 minute videos and shorter are what most people are digesting. And if it can't be digested in that sense, then the vast majority of the population can't sit with it. They can't sit there and watch it. So that responsibility to keep truth in and continue to be adherent to our own heart is very important. So with that being said, and with all of this being looked at that I feel like is important to look at as of right now, if you want to go watch, you know, all these other videos like this Russiagate idiot hypocrisy, it's kind of funny, or anything that's actually important, right now a lot of it is still up here, and like I said, on BitChute you can go and see it now, and you're going to see a lot more videos over the next week or so popping up in here from the channel, some of which may not even be public to the public, or you know, it's not viewable now, and also on Odyssey. But right now I'm going to view my channel on YouTube, customize the channel, and we're going to go to basic info, and we're going to rename the channel. And I know the name. I'm kind of hesitant to say this, but I meditated on it. I do believe in meditation. It's an important practice for me to keep myself centered and balanced, especially in my perspective and the way I carry myself in the world. And this name came to me. It's important because this name came to me in a synchronicity. And I don't know if you experience, actually, I do know. I know you all have experienced synchronicities in your life. But this name is Cultivate Hearts. And I don't know if it allows spaces or not, but I'll leave it as that. Cultivate Hearts. Yeah, this one doesn't allow spaces. And I'm going to just show you something cool. I don't know if you know about gematria, but it can be a very crazy rabbit hole, gematria. We're going to look at this real quick. Gematria.org. And we're not going to look at necessarily the Jewish gematria because that's, you know, that only makes sense if you are speaking in Hebrew. But there is something called Sumerian gematria. And Sumerian gematria is built on the base of 60. The base of 60 is where you take 6 and you continue to add 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. I know, scary. Ooh, 6. But the language we're speaking in right now, that I've been speaking my whole entire life, is built on the base of 60. So if we type in cultivate, one second. We type in cultivate hearts, then we will see that the Sumerian gematria, or English gematria, because that's what our modern language is based on, then we will see the number 1104. 1104 is important to me because a lot of times I get information and I don't know where it comes from, but I will feel it from within. I will literally see visions within me. And this is something everyone, it happens, but if you're not present and you haven't sat there with it or you have context to understand it, then it just might come across as something that, oh, wow, that's a crazy coincidence. But if you type in the word, the Holy Spirit, and remember, I'm not really a religious person. But I am a spiritual person. I believe there is more to this world than just the physical meat that makes up you and me. There's more to that. It's impossible for me as an individual to experience my life experience and to say there's not something more to it. So I think when I say the word Holy Spirit, you can get a grasp of what that might imply. But when you type in the word the Holy Spirit, we also have the numbers 1104. So when the words that I heard, when I said, what should I do with this channel? I realized the censorship. I realize the inability to talk about certain things. And I see how people can take it the wrong way. And I want to continue to use this channel if it's important to continue to use this channel. So I said, drop me a name and I'll use it. And so the name that I heard was Cultivate Hearts, 1104. So to me, instant connection, synchronicity, boom. No one told me that. No one told me that's how I had to interpret it, but it just so happened to line up that way. So it's just an interesting little thing. And now, Tyranny Unmasked, which it served its purpose, and it still will exist in some format on Odyssey and on BitChute, is now Cultivate Hearts. And I have you might not like the picture so much. I made it up in GIMP. I used the paint feature to make it. Let me actually go ahead and publish that. So you're now going to see that the name is changed. But we have to also change this picture. And I got about 15 tabs open now. So give me a second here. Let me change the picture. Here we go. And I'm going to have to make a new banner and some other stuff too to go along with this, and in a transparent image. But we have our new logo, Cultivate Hearts, where we still have the 3-point crown design from the original Tyranny Unmasked, and we have the golden circle, because I think all of us have gold in our heart. If we sit there and we're present with ourselves, and we have, we can hear ourselves, we can hear our connection deep within. That is gold. That is gold. That is what there. That is where the greatest revelations will ever come from. You can hear anything you want from the outside, but for it to mean anything to you on the inside, it has to first resonate with you. There's something called sympathetic resonance, and if you're a musician, you will understand this. That if you have one resonance and you put it next to another thing, it'll begin to resonate at that exact same frequency. And so when I see the Holy Spirit and Cultivate Hearts at the exact same numbers, then it makes sense to me, because I recognize that numbers are just representations of frequencies, and frequencies are resonance. It's very simple, very simple. And I think this logo sums it up. So you might think it's cheesy. You might think it's dumb. You might want old Tyranny Unmasked back. But this is what it is right now. Just like water, of course, just like water. Water not only holds resonance, but it holds memory within it because of the structure of water. If you look at water, it holds its structure. All these things are going to be interesting topics for the future, I think. I can perceive us going into these areas. And just like in the past, where I bring up all of these important topics in geopolitics, which it still has its place. But now we're going to turn a little bit more inward and focus on growing ourselves internally. Because if we grow ourselves internally, then no matter what censorship happens, no matter what happens in the physical world, everything around us, you cannot move a person off of their beliefs. This has been demonstrated through the history. The outside world is the resonance. This is our feedback. We look around us. We look around everywhere, and we see the feedback. People will tell you how you make them feel, and you will tell people how they make you feel. That is what we're doing right now. Just like with Mary, just like with all the people that have been talking in the chat the whole time. We've been talking about all these things. You say one thing, I say another. You say certain words, I see those words, I perceive those words as a thing, and we have a communication. And the more accurate that communication is at displaying what we're trying to portray, the more we relate. So, Cultivate Hearts. I'm going to be doing microgreens with a good friend of mine, and depending on how this goes, I might even finally drop the shroud of anonymity. But as of right now, I'm not gonna bother like doing a face reveal or a person reveal, because we'll just see how things go and see how the channel goes and grows. But with microgreens, I think it's cool because there is, we have these large corporations that are controlling the food and what we digest, not only with media, but what is going into our body, even water. That same friend I was talking about worked in the water industry here in Texas and knows the truth about the health of water and what we are missing out on, especially what Mary was talking about water. It's very important what you put into your body. Like today I was drinking coconut water because coconut water holds its structural integrity much better than tap water, which has been processed and filled with different chemicals that have broken down this water. And it's been forced through pipes, and it's been proven that the more you send these waters through pipes, it continues to break down its structure, and it starts to build up more and more of these metals. It picks up more and more metals and different things inside of it. So we are trying to change the way that we live and trying to improve the quality of our life. That's what I've been doing. That's what I've been focusing on over the past few years. When I actually started this channel, I was in a very unhealthy state, not only emotionally, mentally, but physically as well. And because of my changes, because of these realizations and awakenings, if you want to say something like that, yeah, coconut water is awesome. Not every coconut water is equal. Try to get 100% pure coconut water. That's a good place to start. Ideally, you want to get, a fresh coconut and crack it open and drink it yourself. But you can survive off of just drinking coconut water. It's insane. These are all topics for the future, and I'm looking forward to it, because now we have a platform that is conducive for it. And the idea here is that if we set aside the geopolitics, if we are recognizing that, it was real, it's truthful. It's not like what I was saying is like I'm backtracking on it and I'm deleting it out of fear and all of these things. It's no, I'm making room for something new so we can continue to grow as a community, and we will have this archive of all the past geopolitics that if we need to reference, we can reference it. The Kirkland brand, I haven't tried that one. My go-to brand, I'm trying to think of which one. Sometimes the only available ones that I can find are the Vita Coco, which I'm kind of iffy on, but it's better than not. It looks like TV makes them do not. Create YouTube-friendly channels from scratch, then use text on screen and share heavy-hitting truth channels on alternate sites, and possibly avoiding the shadow bans and getting... Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. And yeah, so I'm going to hit done so we can see the new. Let me actually remove this watermark too. I'm going to remove the watermark and remove the banner for now. And we're going to hit publish. And if you have been observant this whole time, if you see up here on my little Google Chrome browser thing, that logo has been there the whole time. So if you're an observant person, you could have skipped ahead of all of this nonsense that I forced you to watch and got to the gist. But yeah, so let's actually look at the channel, because you're seeing this for the first time as I'm seeing this. I like it. I like it. Instantly like it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking forward to what we can actually explore together. A couple of years ago, I made a video talking about how I wanted to talk about ancient history, but I never felt like it was an appropriate subject for the channel. It just didn't seem right. But maybe it will be right now. And then we can integrate looking at ancient history and the technology that's associated with it. And we can look at how the powers that be might have abused that, or continue to abuse that, or maybe out of ignorance. We can say out of ignorance, because we don't want to pin anything down. What's behind the crown? I think the crown... So the crown has to do with being in charge. And I think the only thing stopping you from controlling your life is your heart. Your heart is constantly telling you. And I'm not just saying that as like some kind of, sentimental thing. I truly believe, from what I've seen. Someone says refresh the chat. It's popping up for me on the OBS. But let's actually bring the picture back up. The picture here. Excuse me one second. Oh man, I need to eat something. I haven't eaten today. I got some kale and some pumpkin seeds, some almonds, and some peanut butter that was made here in Texas, fresh, not the hydrogenated oiled version of peanut butter. Some Ezekiel bread, some really good stuff. My diet has changed so much. The crown, though, is that your heart is king. Your heart is the center of your physical body. It, if we just look at it from a physical aspect, it is pumping and flowing. The second the heart dies, you're dead. But it is this magnetic force. It creates its own magnetic field. If you observe it, it's what spiritual people have been calling forever, and they call them bonkers, is what an aura is. You create your own magnetic field. You have your own biosphere, just like all living things. It's an observable phenomenon. It's not just kookery. And so the heart is this magnetic force, and magnetism is the driving force of all things, from my opinion, from what I have observed. And I have some cool instruments to witness that, and to look at a magnet and look at its field live there. There's a guy named Ken Wheeler who is an absolute asshole but a brilliant man, and he has a channel called Theory of Apostles. Let's actually look at that real quick. So this will help the demonstration of what I'm saying. Theory of Apostles, magnetism. Let's look at this real quick. So as you can see here, what he's doing is he has this ferrofluid, which is similar to, if you've seen those videos of the black goop, that they'll take a magnet and it'll create these cool looking designs in the fluid itself. And that's because it has different metallics in it that make it reactive to the magnet. But what it does, and I have one of these things he's showing right now. I purchased it from Ken Wheeler himself, is it shows you the field. And like I said, your heart is producing its own magnetic field. You have your own magnetic field. Have you ever been told or saw someone and you're like, wow, magnetic personality? And it has to do with their connection to their heart, that centeredness within themselves. If you're someone who lives in their head all the time, and you're always in your head and you're contemplating things, and I'm saying this as being a guilty party for most of my life. If you're always in conflict in your brain, and you're always just thinking of scenarios, and you're constantly in that state of mind, then you become disconnected from your centered point of view, your centered heart. You want to be centered in your heart, because that is the most accurate thing. That is always going to be the most accurate point of view you can possibly have. So to me, that's king. That is crown. That is where the truth originates from. Because when we watch the mainstream media and we're outraged because it sounds like horseshit, then the reason why it sounds like horseshit is because on a resonant level, deep down inside, even if we don't have all the truth to counter what they're saying, we know that there's something up with what they're saying. It's not sitting well with the heart. So then that's when we begin to question. And everyone's truth varies just a little bit, and that's based on their own personal experience and their own truths. It varies a little bit. It's hard to say that there's a definitive truth in this world 100%. That's why I was referring back to the Kabbalion when I said that all truths are but half truths, all paradoxes may be reconciled. That statement in itself is referring to this paradox, that truth is something that outside of, like, say, geometry, because all points of view incorporate some sort of geometry. Will you also be changing your Patreon and PayPal accounts? Yeah, I'll change the names of those as well. I'll change the names, and hopefully on Patreon, we can actually start doing some potentially, like, I don't know if you guys want to do it or not, but I was thinking about doing one-on-ones where somebody wants to talk about something. They have a subject they personally find interesting, and we could sit there and go with it together on Patreon, separate from the channel itself. Or maybe there are some topics that will be too controversial to touch on YouTube, and we'll post it on Patreon as well. I want to reintegrate that. So if you guys are interested in that, the Patreon channel is going, the Patreon account is going to be revamped and changed as well, because it really hasn't been a useful asset for a while. It's just been mainly a way for people to support the work that I have already done. So if you guys do want to support me, in the links below on this live stream right now, in the description of it, you can send through Patreon. It's still going to say Tyranny Unmasked right now, but I will change that later. And I've done a lot of research on health, a lot of research on wellness. The slip of the tongue now. I've been talking for 4 hours. And I've said maybe about 500 times. I'm aware of that. We can talk about spirituality. We can talk about history. And we are just going to dive into whatever rings the heart. And yeah, we are about to wrap up this live stream. The rest of this live stream, I'm just going to sit here for maybe another 5 to 10 minutes and allow you guys to comment and ask me any questions, and I'm going to read through comments, and we'll see what we have to touch on here. So I'm going to take oh man, I'm all out of water. I don't have anything to tide you guys over, so I can go get water real quick. Is there any other? Nah, let's just go back to the channel. Let me actually exit all these out real quick, because we got like 15,000 things open. This is the last time you're going to see Tyranny Unmasked, because once I refresh it, it's going to be Cultivate Hearts. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying over here on the live stream. Let's see. You're okay. I was saying that should hit refresh to see the channel changes you've made. Yeah. That's what you're talking about. If it still stays Tyranny Unmasked. Now you're talking some great subjects, and I've followed Ken for a decade now, I believe. Really? That's impressive. He's a very interesting dude. I actually have his book on magnetism downloaded on my hard drive. I read part of it, and I'm intending on reading the rest of it. When I first downloaded it, it was like a particular volume, and he's added to it since, so I really need to catch up on that. That field is what causes the caught the cold from my significant other idea. One person's body goes into detox. The other person interacts with the field and says, hey, good time for detox. Honestly, yeah, it's like, again, on that same sympathetic resonance talk. When you take one magnet, and this is observable on these fields we were talking about, it's 100% observable, and I'll record it later, like on a later video or something. When you take one magnet and you connect it to another magnet, their field becomes the same. And you can think of relationships this way. If you have a relationship with a significant other, or a family member, or a dear friend, or someone you care about, or even if you're someone that follows a guru, or you have a teacher or something like that, when you begin to build a relationship with that person, you start to, your fields become one. They start to merge together in a sense. So you start to pick up on things that they pick up on, and you start to see some of the things that they see, or feel some of the things that they see. And that's 100% an observable phenomenon through these magnets. And when we realize that we are a biological magnet, then it starts to make sense, and we can apply that context to scenarios in our life. And then we can also see how sicknesses spread. And then we start to understand pandemics and epidemics, and how it's more so to do with the proximity of our fields interacting with each other, and the disharmony of those fields plays much larger of a role than what we would call a virus, which is much more, which is more likely to be. I'm not claiming that I'm an expert, but it's more likely to be in line with homeopathy and the belief that our body creates these different entities within ourselves. So our body is full of bacteria and full of organisms that when we are in a state of stress, they transmutate, and that's more terminology from things like the Kabbalion or alchemy, which is not a scary thing. That's not really a scary topic. It's actually an interesting topic. When our body is put in different states of stress, which can come from all sorts of things, even intrusive frequencies. And if you know about intrusive frequencies, then you see the hype about different cell towers and other things. And then you start to see the truth. You start to see things for what it is. Your body turns these bacteria out of a response to the disturbance in order to heal and protect itself and cleanse itself from different foreign objects or foreign organisms in response. It's not that, you know, an outside thing is coming in and injecting you with its poison and turning you into this thing. It's your body trying to deal with outside stress. And that is a more environmental factor, which homeopathy is built around that. It's like, what is your environment doing to you? What are you putting in your body? This is the line of work that is important to talk about right now. And if I'm careful with the way that I present it, I think we can share it on YouTube. I think there is room to slip this information from this perspective out there in the world. So, any questions? Anybody want to say anything, bring up anything before I shut down this live stream? We've been going for about 4 to 4.5 hours, I believe. And we'll just leave all of this stuff for conversations on another day. This whole day was dedicated to Tyranny Unmasked and the geopolitical work that me and other people have done in the past, and how we are moving it over to BitChute, which is already available for others to find. If you have not seen it yet, Terran Theory, yes, the Terran Theory is a very good one. I'll say that. And we're going to work on getting our library set up so we can move to Odyssey as well. Which, again, the follow-up video will happen. So is library free? I just want to make sure. It says open, free, and fair. So hopefully it doesn't come back and it's like, oh, you have too many videos, so you're going to have to pay like this amount. But if it's something outrageous, I'll let you guys know. And if you want to help with that, you're welcome to. And again, we have PayPal and Patreon in the links in the description on this video. If you feel like you like the direction that this channel is going in, or if you want to say thank you to the work that we've done, feel free to send support. I'm going to give you guys a minute or two to comment. I appreciate that, man. I really do. I appreciate that. My brain is starting to think about getting a cup of water, though. I drank all my coconut water. Odyssey is amazing and is getting better all the time. I think, doesn't Odyssey yeah, I checked out Odyssey last night and I saw live streams going. So we could even do live streams on Odyssey potentially. Who knows? And I can't wait to get on this microgreen stuff and make my own food in my house that is 40 times more nutrient than any possible greens that I can buy from the grocery store. And maybe documenting the upscaling of that and sharing it. That's another reason I wanted to make this channel a little bit more less geopolitically focused. All right, man. I guess that is going to be all the questions for now. You can message me at TyrannyUnmasked@gmail.com. If there's a video you specifically want that you can't find, let me know. I'll send it to you. I'm going to post that one as well. TyrannyUnmasked@gmail.com. Make sure I spelt it right. Oops. Unmasked@gmail.com. There you go. You can mail me. All right, guys. Gonna end the stream here. You guys have a great night, and I will be seeing you soon. Look out for the videos on updates. Have a great